Okay, we should be good. All right, let's get to it. All right, Himatsubushi. Let's see. Time-killing chapter. Nani? I now entrust you with all the mysteries hidden within Higurashi when they cry. However comical it may be, if you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. This final novel is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject this story. Let's get to it. I keep forgetting about the children. They startle me every time. But also, I want to... I think I turned the sound effects down a little too low. There we go. There we go. There we are. Okay. Now we're officially in it. This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. Ooh. Our first notable deviation. These choices result in dialogue changes and can lead to bad ends. Do you want to see these choices? Okay, let's see. All right, someone asked on Reddit. Let's see. I just want to get other opinions. I overthink everything, so I want to make sure I make the best choice. Let's see. If you're interested in seeing the bad endings, then enable choices. If you just want to experience the original story without any interruptions, then don't use them. Let's see. And someone else said the choice in Himatsubushi is so small that it doesn't even matter. LOL, so it's up to you. You won't miss out on anything. Bang the. I love that that's actually a Twitch global emote. So really it just sounds like choices give us more to do? Or more to see, but it doesn't take away anything. So I personally don't see any issues with it. It's more a matter of if y'all want the original organic story or if we're allowed to just add on to things. Let's see. Wait, skip additional... Oh, there's multiple options. I thought it was just going to be yes or no. Skip additional choices. Show only content from PC version. Prompt additional choices from the console version. Or prompt choices and highlight correct answers. So it's either no choices, or choices, or answer key. Personally, I kind of want to see where my own personal choices lead me versus knowing what's right or wrong. So first time around, if we choose to go back around, I would probably go with this one so we know what to do. But initially, I don't exactly want to know what my choice may lead to. I'm just, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Fuck it. We're still gonna get the story, and we're gonna see if I can... Hold on. Who is the criminal, you ask? Don't we search for them in the story? Who is the criminal, you ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who's the criminal? Who is the criminal who will kill me now? Frederica Brancasta. Anyway, Midsummer 1985. When do we normally take place? Isn't it like... Am I mistaken, or is it normally 83? Yeah, 83. And now we're in 85. Well, I mean, I just remembered the openings always get fucky with us, so, like how in chapter 3, they found, like, a body in sewage or something, so, who the hell knows where this is gonna go. Let's see. I had misread the time and ended up arriving too early. Hold on, I want to actually readjust the mic position. Here we go. There we go. Oh, a little lower. A little bit more tilt. There we go. Alright. The schedule board flipped with a series of plaques. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I still had over an hour before boarding. Well, I might as well wow. Well, I might as well close my eyes for a bit on that bench over there, then. I came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage on the seat next to me and settled down. Whew. I sighed like an old man. I had hoped to stay young forever, but had become splendidly middle-aged. Apparently, the rumor that even people in the latter half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength wasn't a lie. I think it depends on how you live your life. Anyway. So, wait, let me double check that. So that means this is the perspective of someone at least in the latter half of their 20s. So, like, because I'm assuming splendidly middle-aged, I'm assuming that bit is just, like, a joke. Like, I sighed like an old man, I'm so middle-aged. Anyway, I started declining at, like, 14, so I couldn't... Listen, my peak was low, even at my most active years, so I also can't say. I'm like one of them kiddie coasters. In terms of my peak performance. Arthritis. Yeah, young arthritis sucks. Okay, so yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who this is or what this perspective might be. That said, if it's 2 years in the future, that means this perspective likely is not Keiichi. Likely. I mean, literally is not. Anyway. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, but Can I please read without tripping over my goddamn tongue? Also, hold on. I just noticed something. Settings. Mod menu. There we go. I had to get that box in there. I was like, it's just darkening the bottom half. I need to fix that. Or bottom third, quarter, whatever. One more time. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. Fucking mood, man. This might have been the first time I'd been able to enjoy a journey alone like this since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple of years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. Okay, if your old friend retired a couple years ago, then... Okay, so I'm assuming this has got to be the perspective of one of the officers. I'm assuming he's talking about... Oishi, would be my guess. Or maybe we are the perspective of Oishi. I don't know. We'll figure it out. His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. Yep, okay, so, yep, that was Oishi. I believe his mother was alive, like, at least in, part 1, if I'm recalling correctly. Because he said he talked to his mom about the legends of, like, Oyashiro-sama, or just some of the legends about the village itself, so... Yep, anyway. Damn, within those 2 years. Anyway, his name was Kuraudo Oishi. He was a former detective from the Primary Investigation Unit at the station in Okinomiya, Redacted Prefecture. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but never met again. So this would be the first time meeting him in 7 years? In other words, we met 7 years ago. In 1978. There was something I just had to ask, to talk to him about concerning that time. To explain that, it was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. Yep, I was gonna say, is it related to the dam? We're just jumping in, huh? That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're new. I do not recall that name. My first thought might have been like, Kuma, but... Or that's what Oishi called him, so it's what I remember. But no, does not appear that that was him. My name is Mamoru Akasaka. That's gonna be fun to say. It was a year that had been strangely hot, even though it was only June. Early summer, 1978. So we went forward in time, and now we're going back in time. This looks like a but this does not look like our usual classroom, but I could be mistaken. All right. Goodbye, teacher. Okay, bye. Watch out for cars. And don't drop in at a friend's house along the way. Make sure you get your textbooks in order for tomorrow before you go to bed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. Hey now, didn't I tell you before? I already have one of those. I don't need any more. The unique, high-pitched voice of youth. I say deeply. Okay. To talk about the future, we must go back into the past. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children returning home from school split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections in the residential area. Yeah, so that definitely wasn't our school, because whenever we got out of school, it would be like in a yard and more back roadsy sort of looking, not this. Anyway, even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got closer to their homes, their numbers dwindled. That's why the fewer friends you were walking home with acted as an indicator that you were that much closer to your destination. Later. See ya. Yeah, see you tomorrow. He finally parted ways with his last friend. I find it weird that you're watching children and making note of how alone he is. And now there's a van. And now this is... We're opening with a child abduction. We're opening with a child abduction. This is not good. A van was parked at a bend in the road. The window was open, the sound of the radio leaking outside. It must have been the news or something. For that reason, the three of them were arrested for traffic violations and obstruction of justice. Due to the protests against the Hinamizawa Dam project resulting in bloodshed when clashing with riot police last month, things have only become more violent. Wait. Are we gonna get more dates on and maybe see the perspective of the fucking dismemberment shit? Oh my god. Willow, I know, it's insane. But we'll just have to see. I can only speculate. But speculation holds us back from moving on, so. The police are therefore taking precautions against radical activists at... I can word. The police are therefore taking Never give me a script. I can't read. The police are therefore taking precautions against radical activists causing yet another incident. Last week, there was also a direct confrontation with Minister Inukai on the steps of the Ministry of Construction. The boy's ears perked up at the mention of the name Inukai. At that moment, a man's face peeked out suddenly from the window of the van. His behavior was a little different than that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door of his vehicle. Child abduction. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly. Think about your stranger danger lessons, kiddo. Nightingale. Okay. Skylark. Okay. They've secured the 2 blocks around us. We're good to go. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water, so here's a hydration check, just to see if that'll help with my pronunciations. I know, Willow, but I checked your water. Your water is fine. Also, save your work if you're working on something. Hi. Scratches. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding... Why am I tripping over the word nodding? Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. You. Are you Toshiki Inukai-kun? While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Hold on. Let me try, instead of sipping my water, let me try actually chugging it, see if that makes a difference, because I'm feeling some dryness in the back of my throat, like whenever I make like a sort of thing, so let me see. Yeah, get that hydration back there. No, still a bit of a weird dryness back there. I don't know why. Okay, hopefully that works. Sorry, I keep hitting the keychain right by my mic. Anyway, while asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inukai. The name was written plainly there. Where are we jump cutting to? It better not be... I was gonna say, I better not be stuck listening to that for too long. The phone rang for a third time. Excuse me. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However... Excuse me. Well, might have chugged that a little too quickly. However, he was concerned that if he picked it up before it had even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think him a fairly cheap person. That's why he normally never picked up the phone until the third ring. You and I would get along swimmingly, because if I try calling someone and it goes to voicemail, I call up to 3 times just in case they weren't by their phone. Or they didn't hear it. You know, I want to make sure they have time. And if they just hang up quickly, then I'm like, okay, I understood. But if it just rings, I'll try like 3 times. Mainly because my mom is bad about looking at her phone, so... Blame her for that, if that sounds like a weird habit. Anyway. Even he thought it was a worthless habit. However, his thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings, wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright, was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts. He picked up the phone after the 3rd ring had finished. Its reverb dampened by his action. Yes? Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? He knew that sometimes, due to a malfunction at the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. At those times, it was best to hang up and let the person on the other end call again. Thinking that, the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was definitely connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line, keeping silent. Hello? There was no way they didn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? It wasn't like he didn't know that people could use silent calls to harass others. However, he'd never received a call like that until today. Maybe he was just lucky before, but he didn't believe that he would receive such a call on this phone. Well, also because if you wait for 3 rings, then, like, I'm pretty sure the person would give up by then. There were no direct calls to or from this line. Everything had to go through an operator. All the more reason it wouldn't make sense. Therefore, there was absolutely no way the call would be connected unless it was verified there was somebody else on the other end of the line. That's why he didn't understand how to deal with this silent call, and instead settled into confusion. I don't know who you are, but if you have nothing to say, I'm going to hang up. Please call again some other time. Intending that to be a parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person on the other end spoke for the first time. You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. If you're not Minister Inukai, please hang up right away. He couldn't help but be surprised at the extremely strange voice on the other end of the line. Was there a human alive who could speak with this hoarse and metallic voice? No. This was a voice he had heard somewhere before. That was the kind of voice that was on those low-brow documentaries that they'd use when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? Okay. Now I know what he's talking about. One sec. There we go. The voice he was hearing over the line was exactly like that. Who are you? As I said, that's what I want to ask. Are you Minister Inukai? He, Inukai, hesitated to answer. Unable to discern the intent of this suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated... He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. However, he forced himself to restrain that urge, and for the time being, chose to state his name and listen. That's right. This is Inukai. I said my name, now you say yours. My name doesn't matter. First of all, let's begin by thinking about the situation you're in right now. Right now, you're sitting in your chair, talking on the phone. Yes? Well, I mean, of course he'd be talking on his phone because he's talking to you over the phone. And I will say, like, sitting in the chair, that's more of a... Well, I mean, if he's a minister, usually they have a phone on their desk, so they'd be sitting in their chair, so that's a little intimidating. However, given a few seconds of thought, not that intimidating. Then, why don't you try opening the lower drawer to your right? The lowest drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There was a lock on it. Not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless, it was a drawer that contained some valuable things. That's why Inukai thought that the person wanted some of the important information contained within that drawer. Sorry, but I don't have any intention of opening that. I have no reason to follow orders from somebody who won't even give me his name. If you don't open that drawer, I'll hang up the phone. He will most likely end up regretting that. Why don't you think about opening that drawer first? Inukai didn't like following orders from this suspicious person one bit. Fair enough. However, he was concerned about what the man said about regretting it. So he decided to open the drawer. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked the drawer. His hand stopped right before he opened it. What if there was a bomb inside, and it would explode if the drawer was opened? That delusion took hold of him. He quelled that instinct and opened it. Did you do it? The thing that's in there. Do you know what it is? What is the meaning of this? Hey! I don't think there's any need for me to explain, is there? I'll give you some time, so please think about it a little. I'll contact you again later. Now then, pardon me. Hey! Wait! Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? The call had already ended. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Inukai, without realizing that, continued yelling into the receiver for a while. The drawer was still open. On top of the folders crammed into the drawer, it lay there. Child abduction! I knew it! Toshiki Inukai. Written in plain lettering on a grade schooler's name tag. Just lying there. Enshrines there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. Higurashi when they cry. And that was our intro. Are we still gonna be in the past, or is he like... I'm trying to figure out what was up with the guy at the beginning, like, yeah, I'm gonna go see Oishi. Anyway, let me think back to that incident that happened. Anyway. And this is an unfamiliar ceiling, so, I guess we'll see what happens. Do you remember, Yukie? This picture. This is where I first proposed to you. That brief moment before you nodded back. You probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. This is an interesting way to follow up after child abduction. Yes. I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... From the moment I met you until today. Compared to the time I've spent since I was born, it might only be a brief period, but they were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserve to be called an eternity. That time continues even now. From now on. I wonder if it'll be a boy. Or maybe a girl? Either one is fine. Boy or girl, either way it's living proof that we love each other. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you. Mamoru. Okay, so we're still in Mamoru's, Mamoru. Yeah, Mamoru. Just making sure I got my pronunciations right. Mamoru. Yeah, so we're still in his perspective. If it's a girl, we'll put the Yuki from my name in hers. Thinking about names is so fun that in the end we still haven't decided yet. There's still time to puzzle over it. Not that long of a time, actually. You see, Yukie, there's something I have to apologize for today. I'm abducting a child. It's about your job. Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the worst case, I might not be able to be there for the delivery. It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please, go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, then you can just atone. If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. It's a joke. Now, go on. As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yukie's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Father. I didn't want to intrude, so I waited in the hall. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard. Go. Yukie is that kind of girl. No matter what happens, she doesn't want to hold you back. I've forced Yukie to give up on so many things. To put her through this during childbirth, such an important time in her life. I'm ashamed. If you really feel that way, when you're done with your work, make some time for Yukie. She'll be happier with that than you passing your work off on someone else. Thank you. I know full well you do important work. Be proud of what you do. Yukie is looking forward to your triumphant return. Yes. Supportive father-in-law, let's go. I jumped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers on the fare meter had grown considerably. It seems like the modest time Yukie and I had spent together wasn't so modest from an objective point of view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead. No worries. Well then, off we go. The taxi jerked as it changed gears to accelerate, soon burying the hospital my wife was in behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up as a really troublesome ordeal, I probably wouldn't be returning for quite some time. To call a rookie like me, and on top of that, one who's off duty, it seemed that the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. The veteran upper brass gathering on an emergency basis happened occasionally. This was the first time, though, that I experienced everybody gathering together like this. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife was ready to give birth. If I wanted to spend the time to curse my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the street that always brightened my mood seemed to lack some of their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult. I composed myself and sharpened my wits. Hello, Ocean. Ready. The taxi stopped in front of the building. Kasumi Gaseki, Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department, Public Safety Division. PubSaf. Chief, everyone's here. Akasaka-kun, could you close the blinds? The blinds were usually closed when they needed to use the projector, or if the discussion was going to contain some particularly disturbing content. That was actually a clever transition, using the blind style transition to do that. That was actually a smart use of that. I'm so tickled by that. I love it. She actually has her tail in front of her paws for once. Normally when she sits up, she forgets and sits directly on top of it. Oh, Ocean. That also tickled me. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside of the room was completely drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent lighting. After the supervisor ensured that everyone was present, He nodded to the section chief once again. With everybody on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. Approximately 48 hours ago, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of one of his staff leaders, is believed to have been kidnapped. Truly a glorious creature, not a single thought. No thoughts, only scream and sit on tail. Okay, so grandson. Okay, I thought it was going to be son, but grandson, also big deal. Was also the son of one of his staff leaders. Is believed to have been kidnapped. It is believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police and plans to cede to the demands imposed upon him. It seems that approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of one of his senior staff members, was kidnapped. That's literally what he just said, bro. Yep. Hold on, let me bring out the next line, just to prove it. It seems, yep, approximately 48 hours ago, switch ago for earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of one of his staff leaders, of one of his senior staff members, is believed to have been kidnapped, was kidnapped. This is an example of restructuring a sentence. That's literally... So it seemed, if I heard you correctly... Wow. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. Oh, is that why you were using past tense? Anyway. Whoop! Something on my desk just fell, but it's fine. It was a small fall. I can see how it ended up there before. Anyway. Based on the results of surveillance conducted on the minister's residence, multiple suspicious phone calls from what is believed to be outside the city took place. The abducted child is said to be under treatment for some illness, but there's no trace of any hospital records or witnesses to such effect. Due to that and various other reasons, we believe without a doubt that a kidnapping has occurred. Hold the fuck up. This is a real horror story right here. They want to charge you $300 to file your yeah, fuck TurboTax. I'm gonna say it, okay? Like, I don't care if at some point I do get a sponsor. If TurboTax approaches me, even offers me $500, I'll say nah, because I do not like TurboTax. I do not trust them. Okay, when you say 300, do you mean like USD or in Korean? Either way, that sounds like a ridiculous amount of money to charge to file. If it's in USD, then literally every tax return I've had in my life would go straight to just the file charge. $266 US. That also would take up a significant majority of all the tax returns I've had in my life. Fuck that. Taxes are one of the few things that make me happy, to be utterly fair enough. You don't have to suffer. Oh my god. They want to chart... No. Check and see if you can use Cash App, because that is absolute bullshit, bro. Or like, see what alternatives you have, because that... No. No. Bro, I would never be able to afford filing my taxes if I had to pay that much at once. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck TurboTax. This is a real horror story right here. Yeah, please, fair enough. Take a mental break from that fucking whiplash. Man, so much for looking out for our freaking military peeps. Jesus. I hope you can find some other resource or something, because dude, we're talking about a child abduction here, and reading 300 to file your taxes made my heart literally stop. I'm reading a horror visual novel, and that is the scariest thing I've ever read. H&R charge, oh my god. Let me double check this for y'all. Let me double check. H&R was gonna charge me $160. God, Jesus fucking Christ! Like, So glad I tried filing my own shit, because if I had to pay that on top of what I already owe for taxes, like when I worked in DoorDash and didn't keep track of literally everything, like I kept track of enough, but not enough for proper returns. I still owed. This seems minuscule in the grand scheme of things. I had to pay like over $100 to file my taxes, like on a because that's how much I owed. Because I made literally nothing but tips, and DoorDash didn't take anything out for like taxes or anything. And that was my first time doing something like that, and I owed over $100 by the end of it, which for me, when I made maybe $40 a week, that was and all of it would go to like gas and groceries. That was like insane. So that's just stupid. So let me just double check this. Hold on. I want to make sure. Yep, I'm double checking. I will double check like fine print and stuff later. But yeah, Cash App will let you do it for free. Literally for free. You can just do it on your phone. I don't know how it compares to like using an actual tax service, because I don't know why the world doesn't know about this. But yeah, you can use your phone, you can use your computer. Just go to Cash App. Just go to Cash App. They'll let you do it for free. I'm reading here, it meets all IRS security standards. Forbes named it best tax software. Authorized IRS e-file provider. So it seems safe enough. Is Cash App Taxes actually free? Yes, Cash App Taxes is 100% free for state and federal returns. Even if you're taking deductions or credits, it won't cost you a penny to file your taxes. This isn't their FAQ. Not only is it fast and easy to find, it completely free from start to finish, no hidden fees, charges, or surprises. This means no matter your tax situation, whether your return is simple or complex, it costs $0 to file, even if you sold stocks or Bitcoin. Some filing services guarantee that your taxes will be 100% accurate, and we do too. Asterisk. Like, probably just to be like within reason. We make sure everything looks good the whole way through to help you max out your refund. Also, if you deposit your refund into Cash App, you can get it up to 5 days faster compared to many banks. Okay, so that's probably something. What about security? As an authorized IRS e-file provider, Cash App Taxes complies with security, privacy, and business standards set by the IRS. Higher encryption to protect the transmission. Maintain physical, electronic, and procedural safeguards of taxpayer information that comply with applicable law and federal standards. Have a dedicated on-site security team plus independent third parties who regularly assess our site for vulnerabilities. Require a phone number and verification to use Cash App Taxes. And support two-factor authentication, which is just a thing. Cash App, you can still use it even with a 1099 income. If you're self-employed, have a side gig, do a contract work on a small business, can file for free. Okay, so yeah, honestly, it seems like a good option. Still, obviously, do your research to be sure, but like compared to like 266 USD, over 200, like, the fact that 160 is the low end here just to file. This is the real horror story right here. This is the real horror story because this is happening in real life, man. But I didn't owe anything, so yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Owing taxes, I didn't even like that was a fucking heart attack, man. So yeah, anyway, here's your reminder. I don't know if it works with other countries, but for the US at the very least, I will say check Cash App. Not sponsored, by the way. I am just sharing it because it's a fucking free service. Meanwhile, you guys are mentioning paying, like, the lowest number I'm seeing mentioned is $160 USD. Like, please look into it. I beg. If it's anything like what the former Credit Karma one used to be, then it'll work really well. But yeah, just use Cash App for tax filing, please. I beg. Save yourself, please. Anyway, back to child abduction, which is, in this case, mildly less concerning. I'm kidding, but still. It's a fictional child abduction versus IRL fucking charging through the nose. Out the wazoo. God, I still can't get over this. Anyway, back to it. Anyway, yeah, but we believe without a doubt a kidnapping has occurred. Okay. Here, they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it a bit, that meant that before this incident happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the words spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been court approval for this, and it would have been very hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was quite an effective method to catch wind of incidents like this before they got worse. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they become a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division. Why is he just following their demands instead of reporting this to the police? The fact that a minister can't even trust the police, what is the world coming to? I will refrain. It seems the group of perpetrators demonstrated that they have quite a high level of surveillance on the minister themselves when they conducted the kidnappings. Plural? Plural? Kidnappings? Plural? Enough to give the minister pause before calling the police. We'll find out right away if you call the cops, more or less. So it's possible that there's a mole close to the minister. Several of the higher-ranking members who seem to have experience with this kind of thing let out deep sighs. The goals of the perpetrators, their demands, as well as this entire incident are, as of yet, unclear. But in any case, the possibility that this may grow to threaten national interest is extremely high. If their goal was to simply have their demands met for monetary gain, that would have been nice. However, if this was some politically motivated shakeup, things would get a lot more complicated. Since we're not receiving any cooperation from the victim, that means that we're not privy to any of the details of the threats or demands. Due to the fact we believe there may be a mole involved in this incident, this investigation is highly classified. Only the people in this room are to know of this. Spoiler alert, we're the mole. I'm joking. Not actually a spoiler, wouldn't it be wild? That's it if I called it. I'll go pull something in a gacha to see if I truly am lucky. Furthermore, as this case is our utmost priority, we'll be placing a hold on everybody's normal duties. Well, definitely gonna be missing the birth of your child then. Understood? After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining our course of action. If this incident were to become public, it was possible that the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare you the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the diet? Diet? Anyway, support in the diet would decline, followed by a no-confidence vote and a snap election, and it might even expand communist influences. Those damn communists. In other words, we wanted to handle this delicately. Kawasaki and Saiki monitor communications from the minister and the child's residences 24/7. Find out what the minister is doing. Report anything that happens. The remaining members investigate whatever is related to the case as assigned to your units. Focus your line of investigation on the commies, reds, and confeds. Wow. Don't discount the possibility of foreign involvement either. I've experienced one or two unamicable situations before. This, however, was the first time I've seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfamiliar situation. And cover that. As for Akasaka-kun, I snapped back to alertness upon hearing my name called. Yes. You investigate the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. Among them, there's that group protesting the Hinamizawa Dam project that made the papers. Make sure you investigate them thoroughly. I doubt this is the act of some citizen group, but we have to eliminate every possibility we can. Understood. So, those opposed to the Hinamizawa Dam. It's probably best if you go to the location personally. Get some information from the local authorities. They're a fairly radical organization, so the Public Safety Division there should have them marked as well. Understood. I'll head over there. Your wife. She's almost ready to give birth, isn't she? I apologize for the timing of all this, but I'm counting on your cooperation. We can't take our time with this, so we just have to brute force it with our boots to the ground. Yeah, I know. My wife hates to interfere with my work with her own circumstances anyways. Sorry. And thanks. So then, as for Kawasaki-kun and Saiki-kun, to help support... Blah, 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 blah. I didn't want to take a business trip when my wife was about to give birth. Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head to the hospital right away. On assignment, though, that would be difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important, and fully understood that I was in no position to be so selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. My wife, Yukie, would probably forgive me with a smile. The only thing she could hate doing would be holding me back. My male ego, though, at least wished she would have tried to stop me. At least he's aware. Sorry, Yukie. I don't mind if you always complain to our child that their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. The next day, I took the bullet train to Nagoya, and from there transferred to the train to Redacted Prefecture. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air, in that amount of time, I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. Redacted Prefecture was by no means close. I never sat in first class except for work, but whenever I did, the seat seemed stiff. Closing my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation. The Onigafuchi Guardians. They were a group of residents opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. The local protests were quite heated and were getting more radicalized. Even limited to what was written in the newspapers, there was bloodshed that occurred during a clash with riot police, interference with the dam construction. Too many to count. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As an extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Construction the other day. This was the reason why we were investigating this group in the first place. The lands that they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no wonder they would go into a frenzy over it. Even given that, though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to halt the project? From my take on it, I had serious doubts. This kidnapping plot was extremely sophisticated and complicated enough that it was believed there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of local protesters. Clearly you don't know Hinamizawa. Anyway. Well, just like the chief said, the plan was to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in the redacted police's reference room, taking my time investigating, the higher-ups in Tokyo would probably solve the case. Without my involvement entirely. Even if that was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work. There was really nothing that I could do. Ding dong, bing bong. The announcement that we would be arriving at our destination soon snapped me back to wakefulness. Gogura, Redacted Prefecture, Prefectural Public Safety Division. Here's a familiar office. The Onigafuchi Guardians. Yeah, they've been quite active around here. The Prefectural Public Safety Department already had the documents and a cup of tea ready and waiting for me. The short of it is they're a group of residents opposed to the dam. Really, it's probably better to say that every resident living on the land that's going to be submerged is rising to action, though. Like the old saying, fight to the last. They're a determined and well-prepared lot. It'd be nice if they drew the line at just being a moderate residential organization. The stack of papers they had prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin. At first, they were pretty much your average citizens' initiative, but ever since that incident with the riot police, they've really started to heat up. Now they've got a violent mentality on top of growing increasingly radical. Violent organizations usually indicate ones that enforce their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of those organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Okay. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far. Radical citizens movements happen occasionally. It seemed, however, that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed that I would have to reconsider exactly what this Onigafuchi Guardians was. The Guardians demand, in other words, the withdrawal of the dam project. How far would they go to have that demand met? The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified. That meant, of course, I couldn't tell the redacted prefectural department about it either. As you know, there were arrests after last week's confrontation with Minister Inukai. There's enough reason to believe they could use illegal means to assert their demands. I skimmed over the list of criminal records related to the Onigafuchi Guardians recorded in the documents. The contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law. Could you give me a basic rundown of the types of illegal activities the Onigafuchi Guardians are engaging in? The chief opened up a manila envelope, fished out several unorganized sheets, and spread them out on the desk. It seems that raids on the construction site are the most common. At first, they were committing relatively petty crimes, like cutting power cords, jamming locks, and breaking office windows by throwing rocks. Of course, what really happened first were things like demonstrations, sit-ins, and distribution of pamphlets. Lively but democratic forms of protests. However, then the demonstrators and police clashed, which started a riot, leading to numerous injuries and arrests. It was from then on that the Onigafuchi Guardians, like their name implies, began to take a more demonic form of resistance. I mean, when peace doesn't work, what do you expect? If the raids were frequent, didn't the local police up their patrols? Well, of course they were on full alert, but they were up against locals, you know? There wasn't much the police could do if they were sneaking around under the cover of darkness. You might as well label the entire map of Hinamizawa Village around the dam construction site enemy territory. When tyranny becomes law, resistance becomes duty. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. Actually, it was after the police upped security that the protesters started getting ever more extreme, as though they were being provoked. See here? Can you tell how things started to heat up? An office set on fire. I can see how things started to heat up then. Interesting use of the word heat. Anyway, the destruction of heavy construction equipment. Destruction? They couldn't have used explosives. No way. You see, they crammed the gas tanks full of sugar cubes. If they do that, it fouls the engines. Even in Japan, it seems there had been people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces right after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was extremely violent and aggressive. After being toyed around with to that extent, the local police have completely lost face. The arson was a bit much. After that, the local police drastically increased the number of personnel they had stationed there around the clock. The raids on the construction site quieted down a bit after that. He used the words quieted down, but that was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes. See, after they found that attacking the site had become difficult, they started resorting to personal attacks. The first people targeted were the construction workers. After that, there was silence. What was being described to me was a guerrilla war fought in the jungle. Threats and violence against the workers, harsh words and harsher rocks were thrown. There's quite a list of accusations here, but there's not a whole lot of convictions. Of course not. First of all, there's no witnesses. On top of that, even if we identify the perpetrators, they have alibis coming out of the woodwork. What do you mean by that? Take, for example, you're walking around Hinamizawa, when a certain man stabs you with a knife. You remember the person clearly and even know his name and address. However, the knife doesn't have any fingerprints on it, and there's no other physical evidence. Well, you'd think that this would be a run-of-the-mill case of assault, wouldn't you? In Hinamizawa, though, it's a perfect crime. I remember the discussion of perfect crimes from a previous chapter. Everybody is... the entire village. They're all in on it. They're like, oh, that man got stabbed? Probably did something to deserve it. I got your back, bro. To protect the man who was the perpetrator, they'll get their story straight and prepare an alibi. To that end, they'll probably even forge some evidence. There's nothing they can do but put them on trial. On top of there not being any material evidence, though, people testify one after another to cover his side of the story. Any prosecutor would hesitate to file charges. I'm not sure about murder, but if it's something like opening a gash on somebody's forehead with a thrown rock, or leaving a bruise after hitting someone, even if you could single out the suspects, there's enough reasonable doubt to not convict. Every case is without a doubt perpetrated by someone in Hinamizawa, but they can't identify who. Even if they could figure out who it is, they're unable to obtain enough circumstantial evidence through due process. The villagers were all extremely well informed about this, and so the malicious, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued. The victims can't have been okay with that, right? Couldn't they have filed for an appeal? Well, you see, about that. Everybody on the inquest committee didn't want to get involved with something so troublesome. They won't stick their noses into anything related to Hinamizawa. The inquest committee is comprised of a random selection of local residents. In the event the prosecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the legal world. In this case, however, being composed of local residents has backfired. They don't want to get involved? Why is that? How do I explain this? You could say they're afraid, since it's a little special there. Special? Is it an outcast community? No, it's a little different from that. Well, just think of it as them being afraid. It's a little hard to explain it just now. Oh, right, there's an easier way. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The power of the Onigafuchi Guardians, you see, is the fact that they count many people among their members who are influential in neighboring areas. Could you take a look at this? I looked. What I saw startled me. Prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, an executive of a business association, an executive of a town council association, and a PTA liaison. There were more than a few people with a lot of say, both locally and in the neighboring regions. Around here, you could pretty much expect your actions to be observed by those against the dam project. If you said something in its support, who knows how it would work out to your disadvantage. In any case, every town in this area is being held by the throat by somebody from Hinamizawa. The list of Inquisition Committee members is undisclosed, isn't it? There has to be some measures in place to make sure they'd avoid retribution, no? Well, it is undisclosed, so their privacy is assured, but the person in charge of that is from the Okinomiya Municipal Office. In other words, a local. While you might expect some professional confidentiality, you can't know how everybody is connected. The people from Hinamizawa have a lot of tight bonds in that regard. When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed is nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in a neighborhood to know which kid from which house is what grade in which school, what subjects they're good at, and what vegetables they hate, among other things. You see, there's a Yakuza organization here with strong ties to Hinamizawa and the surrounding area. It would seem that they're providing full support in these recent incidents. They seem to be proving most effective. Gangsters? Siding together with the residents opposed to the construction of the dam? It's a little hard to see what their common interest is. It's not that difficult at all. You see, actually, one of the lieutenants in that gang is originally from Hinamizawa. He was adopted into a rather influential family in the village. Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? I had thought it was some desolate rustic village. However, for some reason, they exerted a strong influence on the surrounding areas and had a strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if that meant resorting to violence. The chief had said that they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there, but somehow, I get the feeling that they were afraid of the village itself. There was something clearly different from what I had read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no simple residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself at the back of my mind. I chose the most basic way to ask my question. In other words, I directly asked what I wanted to know. Chief, this is just a hypothetical situation, but... This... Onigafuchi Guardians. In order to halt the dam project, do you think they could, say, threaten somebody important to accomplish that? The chief replied immediately. It's possible. Truth be told, they've already gone to municipal and prefectural offices, as well as local offices of the Ministry of Construction, and done things that could be construed as intimidation. Several of the workers' families have also reported that they're being followed around by some suspicious people. Well, that would make sense. To halt progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroying heavy machinery and lighting the construction office on fire. If they didn't have any qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam would probably be no problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, an abnormally high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the minister surrender to their demands immediately. There was no way this was the work of amateurs. Did these people have the power to enact this large of a crime? That was the heart of the matter. Was the Onigafuchi Guardians an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question, once again, I chose the most basic method. Again, hypothetically, do you think they could kidnap a relative of someone of political importance? There's no way they could pull off something that big. That was the answer I most hoped for. If it was that answer, my work was as good as halfway done. I might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. That was how it was supposed to be. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied, "They just might." There's no telling how far they'd go. Sorry, Yukie. It seems like my work wouldn't end so simply after all. Hello? Oh, Akasaka-kun. Good work. How's the information gathering at your assigned region? It's coming along. It seems I'll be able to meet with their local public safety department, so I'm planning on heading out that way. How's the investigation in Tokyo going? The others are progressing along, but the number of groups we have to investigate are countless. Time isn't really a luxury here. There was no new developments at this time. There were no new developments at this time. Did I say was? I apologize if I did. No matter how suspicious the Onigafuchi Guardians was, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was done. I swear, because Onigafuchi Guardians, yes, that makes sense as the singular name of this singular organization. Because it's multiple people for a singular organization. That said, the use of guardians and then using it as a singular when describing it, it's like, I know, logically it makes sense. But my brain still wants to reject it. Like, my brain's like, it should be, the Onigafuchi Guardians were, but, yeah, I know, it's a singular organization. This tense works. It is a singular. It just looks so weird on paper and in my ears. Oh well, it looks like my wishful thinking wouldn't come to pass. Hanging up the phone, I let my gaze drift outside the window to the valley of unfamiliar buildings. Akasaka-san. Okay, now that one's fun to say. Akasaka-san. A car you can borrow just returned. I'll take you to it, so follow me. Ah, thank you. He showed me the elevator to the underground parking lot where a battered sedan was waiting for me. The steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be enough to get me around for a while. Okay. I'm wondering... I'm still... Because I know there were, like, some little tidbits given in previous chapters. Like, the last one, something about a license plate, and then nothing was ever followed up on it. So it's like, I'm maybe things will jump out at my brain as we go, but... it's like, I'm still keeping an eye out for, like, those loose little bits left to us. But we'll see. My destination was Shishibone City, redacted prefecture. An area under the control of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The Okinomiya police station was right on the front lines. And there comes our first ad break. And I can rest my throat a wee bit. Okay, so I'll take a quick ad break, and before we do, I will say hydration check. We're just going to Okinomiya, I don't need to read that. But yeah, so, gonna run a quick ad break, and I'm gonna drink some water. Please hydrate, get up and stretch if you're able, otherwise posture check, save your work, all that good stuff. Alright, just one sec. I need to stretch. There we are. Okay. Good stretch and hydration break. Alright, back to it. Wait, hold on. I wanna... No, I'll check that DM in a bit. Nothing important. Let me just mark some of these as red. There we go. Okay. Awesome. There we go. Okay, back to it. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was the tepid passage of time. It made for a rather drab town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Clearly, you have not heard about Angel Malt. Without even a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint of the Okinomiya police station being on the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about at the prefectural headquarters. Good morning. Are you here to pay a fine? No, I have an appointment with Hondaya-san from the Public Safety Division. Please tell him that it's Akasaka. My apologies. Please, wait a minute. The clerk, who thought that I was here for a parking violation at first glance. Listen, that sedan was just... forgive me, that sedan is just a piece of shit. I couldn't help but assume. After fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told to the person on the line they had a visitor. Welcome, welcome. This looks like an interrogation room with the two chairs and the tiny metallic table and the notepad. Anyway. Akasaka-san, was it? Must have been tiring traveling out all this way. Sorry we have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception room, you see, but the counselor suddenly woke up and chased me out. I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room. It was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. I had the impression that it was more of a change room that doubled as one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get much of a feeling that Hondaya, who was head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. But I knew that, in exchange, he had both experience and absolute confidence in his instincts. You may lack in brain cells, but you got a smart gut. In other words, that's how I took that. I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy time. I'm Akasaka from the Metropolitan Police Department. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Hondaya from the Public Safety Division. Nice to meet you. Even says meet ya. I was threatened by Sankai from the prefectural gangbusters to be generous with my cooperation. Gangbusters? You mean the Prefectural Crime Prevention Division? The PCPD? You see, we're treating the Onigafuchi Guardians as an extension of the local Yakuza. You'd have to be a newbie if you think they're just a residential protest group. I'm not much of a wahaha kind of laugher, so you're gonna get hehes. They said at the prefectural office too that the Onigafuchi Guardians was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential was a lieutenant in that gang. It's the other way around. The complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest groups as a front to justify their actions. Just think of it like that. Completely the other way around. Hondaya was just about rolling with laughter. You're not going to get that kind of laughter from me when I'm just not feeling it yet. I'm not feeling that. This was slightly different than the info given to me at the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. One of those individuals, noticing Hondaya's guffaws, came up to us. Is it up there? There he is. I was wondering what you guys were talking about. What the fuck was that laugh I chose? Oh, Kura-chan. Perfect timing. Why don't you join us? This here is Inspector Akasaka, who came all the way from the Tokyo Police Department. An inspector? I'm still a rookie. My name is Akasaka. Pleased to meet you. Must be nice to be so fresh-faced. Did they hire you this year? I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Hondaya, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those types of people. Let me introduce you, Akasaka-san. This is Oishi-kun from our investigative department. Regarding the S-file you were asking about, he's familiar with it. S-file? Yeah, cut the fun cop jazzy music. We getting serious now. S for Sonozaki. You know, as if we needed confirmation on that little tidbit from before, but now it is solid. It's like, we knew, but thank you for confirmation. If something is an S-file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozaki family. It's something of a code name. Yeah, not the most discreet code name, though. Sonozaki. Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at headquarters, there were quite a few people with the last name Sonozaki popping up. If I remember right, there's a Sonozaki who is one of the executives of the Onigafuchi Guardians. I'm pretty sure they're the treasurer? The two of them were surprised when I rattled off what post that Sonozaki held. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter. Akasaka-san, was it? Nah, you're quite the studious one. Could it be you've memorized all of the central figures in the Alliance? I wouldn't say memorized, exactly, but I've at least read the list of Onagafuchi Guardians executives. Then, who are the president and vice president? The president is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. The vice president is the priest of the local shrine, Furude. The treasurer is Orio Sonozaki, the auditor is Makino. The liaison is Yoshiroshi Kimiyoshi, the PR head is Sadao Sonozaki. Akasaka-san, you're pretty good. The pay sucks, but you want to work here? You're just the type we're looking for. Intellectual. By the way, Sadao Sonozaki is head of the youth department. So close. The head of public relations is actually Tadataka Sonozaki. Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. She's pouty rookie. They were clearly impressed, bro. It was a compliment. It's just like, let me just correct you on that one, but otherwise it's like you feel insulted for getting like a 98 on your quiz. What the fuck? He asked for 2 and you went above and beyond. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear with it. You don't have much self-confidence, do ya? I didn't mean for that feeling to show up on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by. I didn't mean to make fun of you. To make up for it, why don't I show you around the village? For somebody with no feel for the area like me, it would be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more. In the end, the Onagafuchi Guardians is nothing more than an alias Hinamizawa is using to deal with the outside world. I think getting to know the village would speed up your work. How about it? The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought processes in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protests, getting to know the village was the quickest way. If you would, nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. Familiar car interior. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office from Hondaya to heart, if my position was exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal info was leaked, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. Thinking that, I felt a little nervous. These guys are quick to remember faces. If you're seen with me, they'll probably do a lot to hinder your work. This might be a little cliche, but put these on. Oishi handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. Disguise 101, baby. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wryly. How much did I tell you again? Let's see. To the part where you were talking about how these 3 ancient families control the village? The Onagafuchi Guardians was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself. Meaning there was a direct correlation between an existing executive in the Alliance and being a leader in the village, as Hondaya had told me a short time ago. If the village was ruled by 3 ancient families, then it would mean the Onagafuchi Guardians was ruled by those same 3 families. What did the documents at the prefectural office say? About the leader of the Guardians or whatnot? The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to Oishi's question, it'd be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man, I judged, was more well-versed in the situation than any of the documents at the prefectural police department. So, I decided to answer him. That the president of the Alliance is the current mayor of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that, and to laugh at the answer, as it was recorded in the documents, meant that wasn't the case in reality. So then, that means there's somebody else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes, contrary to what the prefectural office thinks, or rather, what is commonly known. Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead. In the first place, the post of mayor in that village is nothing more than ceremonial. In other words, there's someone else in charge of both the Alliance and the village? Who would that... Would that be the three families we just talked about? Well, I'll explain that part right now. All of a sudden, with a thunk, the car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way... Yep, that's what I was thinking. Had given way to a gravel one. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyoshiro-sama's curse. Hey, yo, wait, what was that last one? Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. Wait, what did you say? Demolish the dam? No, before that. Unethical dam? No. Oh, you mean the curse. Yes. The construction office must respond. The construction office manager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. At that moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters, wearing masks and helmets to hide their faces, smart, were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop. What is this? A checkpoint? These guys never learn. Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out. Hey, you guys, you can't be blocking the road like this here. As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they visibly faltered. Clear the way. We can't get by like this. Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind. If we had known it was your car, Detective Oishi, we wouldn't have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual car? Is it in for maintenance? Something like that. I just can't get used to this car they loaned me. Judging from their brief conversation, I could guess that they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic. A blatant crime. Is that suspicious guy? Could you show us your face? The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I should do. Give him a break. He's still a shy little rookie. We just wanted to make sure he wasn't anybody suspicious. Hinamizawa has been in a bit of a stir as of late. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious. The men and Oishi continued to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg. Has the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased? It's a real hassle dealing with it all the time. If the police could understand and cooperate, it would really help. During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I could see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rearview mirror. What was that just now? Blocking a public road like that? It's called a protest. Of course it's a crime. Still, if you get worked up over that, it'll never end. Those guys, see, claim there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village. Their story goes that, in order to stop that, they're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection. Illegal dumping? Like corrupt contractors just tossing industrial waste away? Their line of argument is that if the police aren't going to do anything about it, they'll take matters into their own hands. Well, the industrial waste is just something they're doing by themselves anyways. By themselves? They have a pretty good strategy. You see, in order to hinder construction, they've spread industrial waste over by the dam site. Then, blaming it on corrupt contractors, they start instituting these inspections. There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible. So then, it's one of the methods the Onigafuchi Guardians is using. With that inspection just now, this car's license plate has probably been recorded. It shouldn't get stopped from here on out. Those guys know very well not to get me angry. See, rumor is that if they figure a car is related to the construction in some way, not only would there be checkpoints stopping it at every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting road spikes as well. It's best you be careful so you're not identified. If they find out you're from public safety, who knows what you'll suffer through. I wish he was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it was no laughing matter. It almost feels like we've wandered into a civil war in the Middle East. That's a good way of putting it. It's pretty much just what you said. Oishi turned to me with a grin and menacing laugh. You see, this here's a war zone. The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland. You see that house in the forest over there? That antiquated one. Looking at where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house. That belongs to the mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi. You could say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well. There's a lot of branches, but they'd be one of the three families. The three families? The ancient families that control Hinamizawa? That's right. And one of the others is the Furude family. Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priest's family. Right over there, there's the shrine. He's the priest there. By the way, the Guardian's office is on the grounds of that shrine. The office of the Onigafuchi Guardians. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Can we go look over there? The shrine is the Furude family's private property, you see. Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant. See, they've got a member of the Diet with ties to the village backing them up. Basically, being the police has its strengths and weaknesses. Well, even when we talk about the three families, that's something from a long time ago. Way back when, those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village. Meaning, it's different now? You've got a pretty good nose. That's what I expect from an academic. The car braked to a halt with a squeal. Ahead of where we were stopped were several signs. Private property beyond, no trespassing. Beware of poisonous snakes. I think I know where this is. Danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected there with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain-link fence wrapped in barbed wire. Since this is private property, this is as far as we go. There's several surveillance cameras set up further in. Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys. They're beyond here, right? The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuji Guardians were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three. Sonosaki. Yeah. Beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozaki family. They're the ones controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows. Among the list of executives recorded in the documents, the number of people with last names from the three families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. If the Kimiyoshi family seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had both a light and a dark side. The current head of the Sonozaki family is an old lady named Oryo. She has enough clout that you could call her Empress Sonozaki. Be careful, she's no small fry. She's enough of a VIP that even the mayor of the city has to bow before her. Well, in Hinamizawa and the surrounding area, their relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could show disrespect for that. In other words, that would make her the actual leader of the Onigafuji Guardians, right? You got it. With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of the hidden plot by the Onigafuji Guardians in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled? You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Something the matter? Yeah, then... Is it related to that direct appeal incident with Minister Inukai? If that's the case, then public safety has them marked on a watch list? Something like that? Having you guess that so quickly makes this easy. While exhaling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly, like I'd just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly. That's a lie, isn't it? Huh? I mean, the direct appeal putting them on a watch list? That's a lie, isn't it? Oishi knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out as much. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his watchful gaze, however, I felt that what I was thinking was completely laid bare. Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. I see. So, this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up. Well, clearly a few hours passed, so... You really are bad at hiding things, you know. Being so young and earnest isn't so bad. Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette while I tried to not let him notice that I had yielded completely. At first, I thought I had won, but at the very least, Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something. Meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car. If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you. How would you help? If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch the mice. Well, this depends on what we're talking about. But I might be able to set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the goings-on in Hinamizawa. An informant? I see, is that what you call it? Why are you interested in my case, Oishi-san? Well, I'm the same as you. Isn't it our business to know things? Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate with for intelligence. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys. Wow. Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw even amongst them. And here I was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. This informant, exactly how knowledgeable are they about the Onigafuchi Guardians? If you're from public safety, you'd know, wouldn't you? Something like that is something I can't just tell you. Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of those monkeys. Should I trust him? Ask for his help? Or not? I keep waiting for a choice. It's just that you work for the feds, and I work for the prefecture. I don't think that our jobs are that different. I think I can be of help. However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he claimed. Now, how should I go about this? I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached. Well, it's not like I'm completely without an ulterior motive. As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right? Something you don't need to submit a receipt for? Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting with the informant. In other words, give the compensation earmarked for the informant to you first. Well, it helps that the details of this deal are so clear-cut. There certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motive like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated for this deal. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at these backroom dealings. Don't misunderstand me, please. It's not me who needs the money, it's the informant, okay? Well, in regards to the payment, I'll be handling the money. When do you want it? Right now would be good. Just, when do you want it? 2 seconds ago. If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works as well. I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, the payment was up front. Also, considering the fact I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet. At times like this, it's best you not be so stingy. It's alright, it won't go to waste. I understand. I won't be stingy. Stingy is harder. And what kind of information are you looking for? Depending on what you want, how we approach this will probably change. You swear you won't spread this information to anybody else, Oishi-san? I can't swear as much. I'm the same as you. I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties. I got it, I swear. Nothing here gets said anywhere else. On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe for my mahjong debts. In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money. I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. Oishi wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve. I'm investigating whether or not the Onegafuchi Guardians is related to a certain incident. There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inukai, is being coerced by someone. Saying that there's a possibility is a roundabout way of putting it. It appears there's a mole close to the minister. And due to that mole, the minister had been monitored quite thoroughly and was seemingly forced to cede to their threats right away. None of this was reported to us or the police. I see. So that's why you're saying there's only a possibility he's being coerced. In that case, isn't it a little strange? If the minister didn't report this to anybody, how did you guys know about this incident? If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm omitting it. Oishi had apparently caught on, and quietly chuckles when I refused to explain. I see. There's a spy close to the minister, so public safety made it a highly classified investigation. That certainly isn't a very amicable story, is it? If this matter became public, not only would this affect the minister's political career, but the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape is extremely high. If the perpetrator's aim is indeed that, then this could develop into a very grave situation. Well, with the government having development projects all over the country, they've butted heads with quite a few people. It wouldn't take much wrongdoing for the left-wing parties to suddenly garner more support. We're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister. But at least we have a good idea of how he's being threatened. Oh. The minister's grandson was kidnapped. They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed it's already been over 72 hours since the kidnapping. So, 3 days. If they were just after ransom money, this would have been settled by now. It may be this isn't for monetary gain. The possibility that they're forcing the minister to do something politically is extremely high. That's something we just can't consent to. So then, the Onegafuchi Guardians was listed as one of the possible perpetrators. That is correct. Kidnap the minister's grandson and demands the cancellation of the dam project. What do you think, Oishi-san? From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. The section chief at the regional office had responded immediately with, "It's possible." However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit, he said something that was really just a little bit strange. This was before the Meiji era, you see. This area wasn't named Hinamizawa Village back then. It was called Onegafuchi. It sounds like he's jumping into a random conversation. It's like, do you think it's possible? So this place used to be called Onegafuchi. Is that a yes or a no, sir? This is just what I heard from my mother. This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson that I was taken slightly aback. Onegafuchi? Oh, so that's why they're called the Onegafuchi Guardians. The capital is Demon Village. Well, from what it sounds like, they might be more left-leaning, but who knows. Anyway. You see, the village of Onigafuchi was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans. Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially... Let me try that again. Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially courses through the veins of the villagers. Demons that devour humans? Oishi-san, what are you saying? It's information. I got a lot from you just now. A little too much. In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie. Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around. Please, continue. You see, these human-devouring demons... Normally, they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world. But they ate people, after all, so apparently they'd go to villages in the foothills regularly and abduct their prey. Oh, I can see why he was humming and hawing. I didn't even think about the whole demon away, basically kidnapping oh my god! The connection is there! They used to call that being demoned away, or onikakushi. Demoned away. It was the first time I heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from this horrifying tale of demons abducting people in order to eat them. Look, you know how there's the common phrase, spirited away? When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that. When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away. How does that old tale relate to the matter at hand? Oh, no. Oh, no. There's no direct relationship. I'm just making some small talk here. You don't seem to see the common thread. Okay. It's just... The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one. It's just... Just what? And around here, the phrase demoned away is somewhat of a code for disappearances and kidnappings. Just thought I'd mention that. What do you think abduction is? What else do you call a kidnapping? Especially of a minor, a child abduction. Oh my lord, we have another one with less brain cells, even though you clearly have some. Oh my lord. I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Well, there's no deep meaning behind it. It's just, there's that little bit of history. With a similar word that could be used. With a similar instance, that's all. Onikakushi. Human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then, had they already made an example out of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it? If you set foot into the demon's village without reason, you'll promptly be captured and eaten alive. So, don't go near Onigafuchi. Kids these days might not believe such superstitions, but amongst the older folk in Okinomiya, born in the Meiji era, many would never question these warnings. I also realized that the ha-ha-ha was actually from Mamoru here, but oops. Oh well. Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division. In any case, we're in the boonies out here. It's kind of expected there'd be some superstitions around. Somebody from Tokyo like you, Akasaka-san, probably couldn't even begin to imagine it, could you? The man-eating demons, as the price for violating the sanctity of their village, kidnapped the minister's grandson and swallowed him whole. Oh shit, he's beginning to imagine it. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd, I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Stupid. It was all really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then I may have already been seized by the curse of that dubious village. For me to realize that would take a little more time. I was gonna say, that's interesting. When did they become cannibalas? This was actually mentioned in Chapter 2, I believe, when we got some of the history of Onigafuchi, and the man-eating demons. At least I believe that was Chapter 2. It was a while back. Also, it sounds like that is like how you would end a chapter, and yes, it is! Oh my god. Man, and here I thought it was gonna, like, we were gonna really be focusing in on Rika. Whoa, that's a lot of... The chick in the trunk? That's... certainly a title. Save. 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 Okay, let's look at some tips. Let's look at some tips, then we'll take another ad and hydration break. Okay, so starting with the phone call with Yukie. Hi, honey. Oh, really? It's tough when it's such a sudden assignment. Please be careful. Where are you headed? You're already there? Whenever I headed out on assignment, she would ask, where? Nothing weird about that. Not just Yukie, but anybody would have asked the same question. If it was a cold place, she would urge me to pack a thick jacket. If it was far, she'd warn me to be careful on the drive over. If it was just normal everyday concern that led to asking such an obvious thing. I felt sad that I couldn't answer such a run-of-the-mill question. Sorry. It's something that you can't talk about, isn't it? Please, be careful. Sorry, Yukie. At some point, you started apologizing right away. Even though when you first started your job, you were all gung-ho about it. Yukie laughed as though she had realized something. At times like this, Yukie had the magical power to see right through me. It's already been quite a while since I was admitted to the hospital. Are you finally getting lonely? Don't tease me. I'll cut. I'm too old to get lonely. Oh, really? You actually like to be doted on, don't you? Don't you start getting a little faint of heart when I'm not around? Oh, jeez. I can see the little devil horn sprouting from your head right now. You've always been like this. You can't hide it. You can't hide it. If I don't play with you, you get all lonely. I can hear your tail wagging over the phone. Oh, she's like, I got a golden retriever husband. This side of Yukie wasn't something you could guess existed from seeing her usual modest behavior. And it was something that she didn't show to anybody else but me. Normally I'd poke her to hide my embarrassment and bring an end to the conversation, but I couldn't do that over the phone. Of course, Yukie was clever. She was teasing me because of that. I wonder when I figured out that giving you grief was this much fun. Give me a break. In any case, it's good to hear you so lively. I know, right? Did I cheer you up? I had called Yukie to keep her from feeling lonely when she was by herself in the hospital room. Of course, that was nothing more than a pretense that I, being shy, had to come up with. Swallow your male ego! It seemed that Yukie had long since seen through that act. Yeah. Please phone again. When I'm not feeling up to it, I'll get my father to talk with you. Although, if you're talking with my father, I get the feeling that you'd be standing at attention on the other side of the line. For a while younger, Yukie kept teasing me without letting me end the call. That's cute. That's cute. Alright, so which one of you is dying? She's gonna die during childbirth, I'm calling it. Yep. Alright, a record of... Interesting shifting of the image on that one. It's like practically breaking out of... Of course, this is the one that doesn't move at all when I hover over it. Everybody else got a shift, especially you. A record of opening remarks. Let's see. Chairman, redacted. Members of the redacted party. Congratulations are due, as we are celebrating 25 years since our founding. These past 25 years have seen much growth in the redacted prefecture. The once quiet scenery of nothing but fields now has seen the opening of a new stop for the bullet train. And with the development of the highway, we've seen the rebirth of a modern city bursting with youthful energy. We've reaped the benefits of new businesses and industry. And with this special reverence, the residents of Redacted Prefecture have for time-honored traditions, history and culture, business and industry. With these ideals in harmony, they have accomplished in growing their city into one of Japan's foremost metropolises? I don't know. Of course, the development of Redacted Prefecture couldn't have happened without the growth of the Redacted Party. We are resolved to see every one of our campaign promises to fruition, reaching our targets definitively and expediently like arrows fired from a bow. With these arrows as the fundamental basis of the Redacted Party, our members have sought to pierce the obstructions preventing the happiness of the residents of Redacted Prefecture. But I do believe that everybody here is unlike an ordinary arrow. While being as unfaltering and straightforward, we have not neglected in seeking solutions that conform to the current day and age while also keeping an eye on the future. An arrow, once loosed, can only fly to its destination. Everyone here, however, is no simple arrow. Even once loosed from the bow, without neglecting our studies, while employing new methods and implementing more effective and flexible ideas, thus being able to change trajectories mid-flight, we are magical arrows. Ugh. The modern age marches ever forward. Sometimes it marches faster than the time taken from planning to execution. The following part was not in the script. It is thought to have been ad-libbed by the minister. For example, there have recently been numerous problems with the Hinamizawa power plant project. Rather than forcing through the project solely because it was decided upon by the government, it is necessary to reflect on and adjust to the ever-changing needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. The protests by the local residents that surrounds the Hinamizawa Dam, these are also the will of the people of Redacted Prefecture. If you feel that there is no need to listen because the project has already been finalized, then you do nothing more than shed a poor light on Japan's post-war democracy. The following is as per the script. For the lasting happiness of the citizens of Japan and the residents of Redacted Prefecture, please consider these policies thoroughly. I believe, however, we have all gained something from the flexibility and foresight of the Redacted Party. I've taken up much of your time. However, allow me to say the following to celebrate the 25th anniversary of our founding. Chairman, Redacted. Members of the Redacted Party in attendance, thank you very much for today. From the opening remarks of the Redacted Party Prefectural Forum and 25th Anniversary Celebration. Okay, so it looked like there was some sort of sway or influence there since it wasn't the shit about Hinamizawa wasn't scripted. Alright, gears and fire and the taste of honey. Was not expecting music box music. Spoopy. I was sitting there thinking, I wonder why the thumbnail for that one was blood. The music feels fitting now. Alright. The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet, there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is just a matter of fact. It's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people basically aren't that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquettes doesn't matter to me. When I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand. But actually, in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are quite well defined. It's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say that person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could have absolutely no consequence on my life. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't always mean that they affect person B as well. Let's put it bluntly. If the bonds between people are like gears in a machine, the gear that represents me meshes with some people, but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this. Those people would bring up the example of gears in a clock. Each gear, indeed, only directly meshes with one or two others. However, if you rotate one gear, the one next to it is moved, which connects to the next one, and the next. In the end, all the gears are moving. There is a logic behind this, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. The relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. How the gears are connected and how their movements are chained together can't be used as a fundamental explanation, so it throws a wet blanket on that argument. So, for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. First of all, to say that this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't only one clock. There exist many clocks in this world, each counting their own time. If you think about it, the idea that this world is just one big clock is the height of arrogance. Even if you use the analogy of gears to explain human relationships, then you should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks unrelated to a single gear. Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. B is a gear in a different clock, so he doesn't really matter to me at all. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say I'm being fallacious? Fallacious? Is that fallacious? I'll go with that. Then let's change the analogy to something more familiar so you can understand. You've probably heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life, no? For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd probably try and help to put it out, wouldn't you? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burned down your own house, after all. But What if that fire was in a town on the opposite side of a river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You wouldn't, would you? Even though it would be the wrong thing to do, there's no way the fire could spread to your own house. Even if it turns into a huge conflagration, there's no relation between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are or aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of the river, is it? Okay, but where was the honey? That was surprisingly deep. What the frick? But also, even if I wouldn't put out the fire, even if my house was safe, if I saw a fire happening and it looked like a house was on fire, I would at least call for help. Even if I realistically can't do anything, I would still do some action to help. So speak for yourself. Right. Chick in the trunk, huh? What kind of chick we talking about here? And why is it in the trunk? The car had stopped. But he didn't know any more than that. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. How could people become this powerless just by being robbed of their sight? He absolutely wouldn't have known this without experiencing it firsthand. He soon realized it was pointless to try and undo his bonds, with the confines of the trunk quickly making him lightheaded. He had no choice but to let this mild torture dull his senses. That's why, even when the car stopped and the unpleasant vibration ceased as the engine was killed, he couldn't help but delude himself that he was being set free, even though nothing had been resolved in reality. Of course, he was soon removed from that delusion. He strained his ears when he heard one of the men who had abducted him and an older man he was hearing for the first time strike up a conversation. Nice to see you. The chick is in the trunk. He struggled so much that he's probably exhausted right now, but there's not a mark on him, just as ordered. Oh, must have been a handful. The trunk opens, letting in a blast of fresh, cool air. Even though, up until just now, he had been thinking about getting out of that stuffy trunk, when it was actually opened, he suddenly became uneasy. Enough so that he wished that the lid of the trunk would once again close, separating himself from them. Suddenly, somebody stroked his head. No touchy, stranger danger! Of course, since he was blindfolded, he couldn't tell if the hand was petting him or simply evaluating how easy it would be to remove his scalp. Unable to tell the difference, he could only freeze as he imagined the worst-case scenario. Poor little bugger. You shaking. Just stay calm for a bit. The older man said that kindly as he gently stroked the boy's head. Stop! This must be real tough for you. But you see, Gramps is a nice man. He'll help you soon enough. Having heard nothing but the average standard dialect his whole life, the older man's distinct intonation left a deep impression on the boy. But he had no idea what he was saying. For your Gramps to register as meaning your grandfather took a while to process. Eventually, the hands that was stroking his head loosened the blindfold. Can't keep his eyes covered. If he splits his face open, it'd be bad. And with that, might as well take out the gag. You can't breathe like that. It'll be trouble if he yells. Leave him to us. Jeez, you guys don't know how to treat somebody. The main family said no rough stuff. You better remember that well. Yeah, we won't do anything stupid. As long as the kid cooperates, that is. The man's hand prodded roughly and repeatedly at the boy's head. A rugged hand, unlike the affectionate one that had been stroking his head before. Just stay cooperative. If you struggle, there's no guarantee what will happen. That cliched threat was literally beaten into his head. Ah, really? That's it? Fuck! Gonna keep the mystery going. Alright, gonna save again now that we read those. That was a long first chapter. That took like nearly 3 hours. I don't know if I could do another 3 hours if the next chapter is that long. But it also feels too soon to stop. So I might do something I normally don't do. And that would be maybe pause in the middle of a subchapter. Like, when the break comes on, that might be when we stop for realsies, unless this next chapter is actually super short. We'll have to see. We will have to see. But first, before we do that, quick hydration and stretch check. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm still surprised we haven't really seen our usual peeps yet. Like, we've seen the family names mentioned, but, like, Chapter 1 and no sign of our peeps, and also no sign of, no sign of even a Rika. No Nipas yet. What the frick? But, I mean, it isn't opening with the lightheartedness. It's opening with some not really answers, just, perspective. It's interesting. So, I'm curious to see where it's gonna go. So again, if the next chapter seems like it's gonna take too long, then I will have to stop mid-chapter, but we'll have to see. Maybe this one was long because it had to do a lot of exposition, especially, like, introducing us to a new character and getting us, you know, familiar with his motives, and all that, so we'll have to see. There's some familiarity here, but enough difference that we had to get a little bit of exposition out of the way. Alright, so let's continue for now. And again, if it does take too long, I will have to stop mid-chapter, but we'll see how long it takes for us to get to the mid-chapter cut. So we'll see. Alright. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. Are you kidding? This looks like it'd be one of the nicer hotels I would stay in. I know it looks basic as fuck, but that bed do look kind of pleasant. Anyway. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? A particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, as a public servant bound to fulfill his duties, it was pathetic, indeed. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was surprisingly not half bad. Yeah, sometimes you could get some nice food at the cheap hotels. The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I couldn't just be lazing around. The Onigafuji Guardians was protesting the dam's construction in various ways. Included in this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into two major forms: combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to the public's sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. I hate how fucking real some of this discussion is, genuinely. Because they are. The latter, peaceful, route stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. As a part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years, there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sightseeing tours. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one. Damn. I see. So there's no applications for next time. Too bad. Are you a member of an environmental group? Or maybe somebody from a magazine? No, just here privately. Privately? Then you're a tourist? Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. I read in a magazine that there were some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. Dots connecting, dots connecting, dots connecting, dots connecting, dots connecting. Potential observation made. What if this is Tomitake? It could just be a coincidental lie, but they did say that Jiro Tomitake is not his actual name. So what if? But also, it could just be it could be a red herring just to get us being like, Tomitake thoughts. Anyway, I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person I was speaking to laughed happily. Then come. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here. In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you. How are you getting around? Car? If that's the case, could I ask for your license plate number? No, there's no ulterior motive behind that. That was probably related to the checkpoints they'd set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I had borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them that plate number. If the Onigafuji Guardians was behind this incident, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. No, actually, I'm not using a car. If there's a bus or something, I'd prefer that. We do have a bus, actually. The route is going to be discontinued soon, though. You can take that. It departs from Okinomiya Station. Thank you very much. I'll look out for it. When will you be coming? Is it your first time in Hinamizawa? If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things. If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around. Oh, no, I couldn't ask that much of you. Don't worry about it. That's just a bit of PR we do to protect nature around the village. Judging by what I saw at the checkpoint, the villagers were at the very least wary of outsiders. That's why, in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the damn protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied into the peaceful type of PR that the village was using. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the damn protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer. Back passed out on exit. Hey, welcome back, Joey. It's okay, you missed another disconnect. If it happens again, I might just call it after that. I don't know, it's getting embarrassing. Hopefully it stops happening. Anyway, is it really alright? If so, that'll really help. After that, I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I should get on. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. Anyway, I hope you had a good pass-out break. Hopefully not a groggy wake-up. Hopefully somewhat energizing. After showing me around a spot I'd taken interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me to somewhere like the Anti-Dam Information Center. Then, over a cup of tea, they'd try and indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take, after all. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed into something more casual. After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okinomiya Station. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okinomiya, the only town in the area. For the most part, wasn't even that tired, just made the mistake of closing my eyes for a minute while I was thinking about... I get it. I get you. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive, and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. Squints. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued, in the unnatural scheme of things. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government decided from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler to remove his cloak. Even their bullying had meaning to it. The reason why the Onegafuchi Guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies like this to be submerged didn't seem like a big deal. Wow. Wow. Just because it doesn't affect you doesn't mean you shouldn't care. Yeah, it's probably just like, I never thought about this before. That's just like a very apathetic way of putting it. Anyway, but I guess for somebody actually living here, you guess? I was just trying to give you, I was just trying to, like, give you a benefit of a doubt, but it's like, but I guess it would be a huge problem. Bruh. But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. You guess? This route will be discontinued at the end of this financial year. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Okinomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, we passed through the checkpoint before without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms had at some point become coated in a thin film of sweat. Hands sweaty, palms spaghetti. Anyway, now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant that it must be quite a remote place. Maybe. In actuality, the stop I got off at was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As soon as I stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different than the interior of the bus assailed my body. Right now, Oishi or Hondaya weren't beside me. That's right. At present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, it brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that if somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera and a knapsack. A camera, huh? Inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual. But also, didn't Tomitake say he was from Tokyo? I'm locking in on this theory. I've officially locked it. Camera locked me the fuck in. At first I was like, it could be a red herring just to mess with us, or like, they consistently use like language to keep us on our toes. But the line about a camera, I am locking the fuck in. This is actually Tomitake. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. No, it wasn't something to be that concerned about. It's alright. I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that, as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. Hello? That actually made my heart jump in my throat for a second. Like, I didn't have, like, a full-body jump scare reaction, but internally I felt it. I think it was the sound effect that played along, and not expecting the red eyes. Anyway, all the passengers by the window were staring down at me, silently. Oh, God. Literally everybody on the bus staring at you like, oh my God, I would die on the spot. They were staring right at me, as if they had seen right through my proud little outfit. Just staring, looking down on me. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows opened to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But all the more, their silent stares told me more than 1,000,000 words could. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. No, I'm... There was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify that face as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. It was a bus stop that they normally just passed by on. Somebody actually getting off there? There was no doubt that had drawn some attention. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at this stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous since this was my first undercover assignment. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool, but that wasn't true at all. Whew. In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there I decided to wait. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the dam opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any real relation to the dam project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how filled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. There There she is! Finally, a familiar main cast character. She looks extra tiny right now, though. Jesus Christ. Inside that shed, covered in words written in broad brushstrokes berating the policies regarding the dam and calling for action, there was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze, as if half asleep. The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? Why are you concerned about the— No, that's a very weird line to have, sir. I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so why was I so worked up about it? Because stranger danger. Finally, I realized. This girl, to us, as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or a girl was, in the end, dependent on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with the way things were, the possibility was high. Even so, Yukie had been saying that the chances that it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I had already decided that our coming child was a girl. Don't be disappointed when it's a boy, then. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. Yeah, listen, if you plan too far ahead, if you're thinking too far ahead, locking in on the one gender, then it's a bit of a problem, because what if it turns out to not be? Like, don't get too locked into the ideas. I've just seen too many, like, red flag reaction videos of people at, like, gender reveal parties, where one of the spouses just has, like, a reaction that they shouldn't. It is very concerning. Anyway. Amongst those numerous imagined forms... In before trans child, right? Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought to be the most ideal had materialized right in front of me. I am going to kidnap this child and take her home. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. Excuse you, that is, I'm getting skeeved right now. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her just by looking at her like that. Stop staring at this child, sir. She had an immaculate, no, divine air about her. That's a big yawn. That girl with an angelic smile, with a yawn wide enough you could see her molars, woke up all of a sudden. I feel like I'm being stared at by a creeper. I didn't mean to peep. But locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. Meep. The girl spoke. No. Cried out? Meep. Yep. There it is. Joey called it. Meep. Meep. Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So, in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind. Meep. Meep? Meep. Meep. She's so tiny. The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression. Cute, but cold and hard to read. Small. Little bean. Must protect. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up, who responded with meep when she said the same. Suspicious. She definitely thought I was suspicious. Meep. 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 God damn, I'm getting like secondhand embarrassment. We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In this silence, I felt like I was the one who had to say something first. Damn it, this girl was way better in interrogating somebody than a witch. Bro. The only thing you've gotten out of her is meep, and he's like, damn, she's better than a professional veteran in the field. I mean, from what we've seen, she can't be. She's very persuasive with that little innocence of hers. I'm not anybody suspicious. Uh-huh. You're off to a great start, bud. I'm... Nipa! Nipa? Never play poker against her, right? Nipa! What I could have only described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. And now you'll become one of us. You might be familiar with the term angelic smile. To me, it was like that phrase was created just to describe the smile she gave me. The girl smiling while saying, Nipa! Probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right. This was a kid's form of communication. Having the other person emulate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding. Nipa! Nipa! It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What the fuck was I doing? I'm standing here saying meep and nipa to a tiny child. What is wrong with me? Nipa! Nipa! Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way. If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end by the arrival of a car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face. Hi there, good afternoon. Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right? Oh, that was yesterday? I thought it was this morning. Anyway, huh? Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. I'll hop right on in. It looks like the weather isn't going to hold up for much longer, so I'll show you around real quick. Huh? The weather? It changes fast around here. There will probably be evening showers again today. If that happens, you won't be able to take any pictures. Come on, get in! Beep. Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat that followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming. Well, if it isn't Rika-chama. Praise be, praise be. Rika! Ken... Listen, I'm not complaining because these are some of the cutest things about her, but also it's like, is this all you can say at your current age? A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile and an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold. So the girl turns her face at me, tilting her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduces me as a tourist who came to sightsee Hinamizawa. A young'un who came to the village for sightseeing. Hi, girl. The girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. Oh, so it was like, a young'un who came to the village for sightseeing. The young girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. So she's practicing language via mimicry? Well, yeah. I heard that this village is surrounded by a precious nature reserve, so I very much wanted to record that with my camera. Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures. Let's go! Wait, actually, hold on. Mark II is a little concerning. Wait, what? You're the second one. Tomitake Mark II. Huh? Tomitake? Huh? Makino, is it okay if I come along too? I couldn't. You could come along, Rika-chama, but there's nothing interesting to see. You should go play near the shrine or something. A distinctly displeased expression creeped across Rika-chan's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their faces was a privilege young children had. If it's not too much of a problem, could you bring this child along with us? When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another Nipa as she clung to me again. Not bad at all. I want this girl to get... Bro, do not! This is not your child, sir. Calm the fuck down. And I say this as somebody who sometimes sees a character and I'm like, I'm adopting you. But I say it in an actual joking way. Saying it like this feels kinda creepy. Oh my god. Work on your words, my guy. No. Don't. Fuck you! See, I was willing to make it feel a little bit like... I was gonna give you, like, the slightest benefit of the doubt. Just the slightest. I was like, okay, Papa's kind of cute, but this isn't your child, so back up. And then you just made it worse and ended it with a herng. You ended it with a herng and a star. Calm the fuck down. Your paternal instincts are just too into overdrive. You need to calm down and go call your wife. Jesus Christ, bro. Call Nah, I'm not saying that. What am I doing? Good question. What are you doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Listen, she's adorable. I get it. But you're more than just off your game. You're off your hinges. Just calm down. Yes, please. Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika-chama never listens, even if you say no. Come on, hop on in. Come now, Rika-chama too. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled on the side. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and began bouncing around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs. How old would Rika be at this? moment in time. I know she'd be much younger, but like by how much? Ala. Come on now, Rika-chama. If you're like that, our guest can't sit down. Hey, Rika-chama! Girls are nice. You didn't have to have the ha before that. I wonder if my child will play around like this too. No. It was written in that guide to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Don't you dare use the dote emote from 14. Kids are kids. If you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them.
It's soft and springy. Nipa!
Nipa! You are wrapped around her little finger. I am definitely going to be a terrible father. No, you'll just give your child the affection they deserve, unless you're actually Tomitake, in which case... you're not going to be a father for long. Anyway. It was decided that I would be a doting parent before my child was even born. And there is nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't, you know, as long as you remember to say no every so often. Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places that I think look nice. Have you eaten lunch yet? Yeah, I had a light meal at the hotel. Is that so? Well then, let's get going.
We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa. Yay!
Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan?
Sure. My name is Rika Furude. I can already do addition in the 10th digit.
Oh my god, she's precious. Oh, is that true? That's amazing.
I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all in my head.
The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. I mean, for someone of her age, it probably is a big fucking deal, so why the fuck would you not praise them? It's like, oh, that's cute. Now when can you learn long division? Have you studied that yet? Then I'll be impressed. Like, goddamn, dude. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated like it was never there at all. I had to be at least a little thankful that I met this girl. Oh then, let's get going. It's time for Hinamizawa nature watching. The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto. With a great deal of chutzpah. Snap. Rika. That's actually cute. What the fuck, bro? They actually made it slide up. The old man, who was apparently named Makino, was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Onigafuchi Guardians? It showed me around places that were all breathtaking. Even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing, I couldn't help but be impressed. First of all, this was different from the simple scenery of a city. The scenery of a charming little village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to the villagers, had a tranquil appeal to it. I mean, I've always loved scenery like this. Like, the rolling green mountains and... I don't know, it's just a nice, nostalgic feel to me for some reason, despite never growing up in that. I grew up in, like, cul-de-sacs. But I like this quaint village feel. It's very nice. At first, I was only releasing the shutter as part of my tourist act, but midway through, I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. The tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. I was especially captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. If there wasn't that whole uproar over the dam, I would want to bring Yukie here with me here some other time. I wanted her to breathe in this fresh air, as well as show her this rejuvenating verdant scenery.
Is something like this that interesting? You're a strange person, Akasaka.
No, these cylindrical mailboxes are rare nowadays. They have a certain nostalgic air about them. You wouldn't happen to think they're elegant, would you?
Is Hinamizawa fun?
Yeah, it's fun. Once she's discharged from the hospital, I'd like to bring my wife here at least once. With the child that would be born by that time. Right now, she's in the hospital waiting to give birth. She's due any day now. It'd be nice if they're a cute girl like you. Sir, it seems like congratulations are soon to be in order. Still, that's not good. To leave your wife behind and play around in a place like this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Huh, that's weird for you to be out here while you say she's gonna give birth any day now. Why would you be out here? Any particular reason? No ordinary man would do that. That's kind of suspicious. Oh, God. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It's exactly how Makino said. There was no good reason for a man who was waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. Did I slip up? Well, we had already planned this trip to Hinamizawa a long time ago. My wife's family is with her, so it's alright. If you had this planned so far in advance, then how come you didn't make this sign-up deadline for the nature watching? If you did, you could have toured around on a nice bus instead of being cramped up in here. It didn't seem as if Makino was actually digging for anything, but if this conversation continued any longer, it would put some unexpected holes in my cover. I halted the conversation by pretending to take another picture. Well then, for our last stop, I'll take you to the place with the best view. It was slightly before evening. The sun was still burning brightly, but a cool breeze had begun to mix itself into the air. So slightly before evening, does that mean it's golden hour? Okay, best time to get some shots? Let's go. It seems my exploration of Hinamizawa with Rika-chan was just about done.
The place with the best view?
Well, Rika-chama, where else could it be but the view from around the shrine? Hearing that, Rika-chan smiled even more.
Well then, I'll introduce you to my home, Akasaka.
Huh? By Rika-chan's home, you mean... Huh? The shrine. Furude Shrine. There's an observation platform. You can see some real pretty scenery. Furude Shrine. The girl who called Furude Shrine her home, Rika. What, you didn't put it together the first time they said Furude? Really? If I remembered correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. You were too distracted by the cute and wanting to just take her home. And Furude was... That's right. One of the three families. Even if the Sonozaki family is said to hold all the actual power, it was still one of the old houses that held some authority. More important than that right now was Furude Shrine. If I remembered correctly, Oishi had told me. Within the grounds of the Furude Shrine, there were the offices of the Onigafuchi Guardians. And since the land around Furude Shrine was private property, the police couldn't set foot there heedlessly. Furude Shrine, where even Oishi couldn't simply set foot into. The main base of operations for the Onigafuchi Guardians. I had been given the unexpected opportunity to enter there. I couldn't have asked for more. I'm looking forward to it. Please, if you would. Well then, let's get there quick. The weather seems to be getting a little iffy. The sky had suddenly become overcast. Ah, so much for golden hour. It wouldn't be odd if it started raining soon. The cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. Alright, there's the mid-chapter break. I think I can... Yeah, we could probably wrap up the chapter and it wouldn't be too bad. So yeah, we'll keep going, but quick stretch, hydration, and ad break. Alright. Okay, there we go. All right. Back to it. The van stopped in the shrine's parking lot. Also parked there were numerous other vans with loudspeakers mounted on top of them to act as makeshift propaganda vehicles. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger," or slogan of a similar kind. They gave the feeling that, even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm any onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of those banners were similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults towards the government. There were horizontal banners, placards, and so on and so forth. They proclaimed that without a doubt this was the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. For Rika-chan, however, this hectic place was also her home. There she is.
We've arrived. I'm home.
Rika-chan crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners. The shrine also has the offices of the anti-dam movement. For you, this probably brings back memories of the anti-security treaty conflicts back in the day. Student movements against government policies, movements that bordered on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace, if only in order to garner global attention. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth like that was widely considered a road to glory. It was slightly before my time. I'm not really an activist or anything. I studied without incident and graduated without incident. I don't really agree with the violence or occupations they use to protest the government's policies. Oh, you have quite a nice opinion there. Nice opinion there. Mind if I, disagree with it? If you have an opinion on a policy, vote for the candidate who shares your view, or enter the political world yourself and assert your beliefs in a lawful manner. Bro, if it were that easy, I would have been running for president myself, so we don't have an orange idiot. But yeah, put your voice where it matters. And hope that enough people also do the same to counter any issues. Stares at everybody who didn't vote this year. Or this election. God damn you. That is the foundation of democracy. I don't think that's something you should challenge with violence. For a youngin', you have some fine beliefs. I saw that feeling of respect reflected in Makino's gaze. At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve. Yedo.
I have no idea what Asaka is saying.
I just sucked at the classes for it, man. And also, if you're literally unallowed for whatever reason, that is completely valid. I'm staring at the people who willingly chose not to. That's my main concern. You willingly chose not to vote, and look where it got us. So yeah, my vote, my gaze of judgment is not passed on those who want to. It's passed on those who could have, but decided, something mail-in votes bad. Yeah, I wonder who started that. And of course he used it as leverage. Sorry to get briefly political. And of course he used it as leverage because, bro, last election, the reason there were so many mail-in votes and why so many of them were democratically aligned was because it was mostly the Democrats who cared about the pandemic and chose to mail-in votes because it's safer that way because we had a fucking pandemic that was killing people left and right. The mail-in votes weren't the problem. It's the fact that y'all people don't care about other people. I blocked an old friend. He tried to say that mail-in votes bad and troops good. Uh-huh. Yeah. It really is a hip... Yeah. I even saw a video, like, of actual, like, veterans and troops being like, I have never seen a more anti-veteran, like, party than I have now. Like, yeah, troops vote mail-in. It's like, and then people, like, who are literally unable to leave their house have to do mail-in. It's like, yeah. Shit's bad, bro. Like, especially, like, thinking of all, like, the job cuts, like, out of nowhere, and, like, just all the shit going... I'll keep it brief, I promise, but it's, like, all the shit going on. It's like, god damn. Like, it's all good. It's all good. I'm more apologizing to the audience because I try not to get political because I know it gets things heated. It's not you. It's not you. It's me for continuing it, but know that I fully support you and agree. And the game brought it up in the first place. No, I started it by saying I'm staring at everybody who didn't vote in the last election. And then you brought out your situation and I chose to clarify and then I continued to let it go. You are fine. The game started it, if anything. With all its political talk. I just realized I could throw this visual novel, this classic visual novel with a well-known anime at this point. I could throw this at people who say Japan doesn't like to get political. Literally, I could throw this at them and be like, how about this, bitch? No, you are totally fine. You are totally fine, okay? No need to apologize, my guy. I like having further perspectives, and I certainly do not have the perspective of someone in your position, so I like broadening my horizons and knowing more, so. And also, I feel like it's just, sometimes I just gotta let out a political vent. I know I try not to talk about it too much, but when the floodgates open, it's like, hold on, let me just let this all out real quick. But yeah, if it was truly a problem, I would say, and I would say something, but nah, I'm the one who let it continue, so it's my channel, I said it was okay, so you're okay. But yeah, sometimes it's good to let the vent out. It's all good. It's all good. And I agree, it's stupid to say that mail-in vote's bad. Also, people, please get out there and vote. It is your civic duty, like this guy saying. Vote, and if nobody's good enough, alright. Enter the political world yourself. Do it. If I could, I would, but I have no people skills. And yet I became a streamer. But it's different when I'm just talking at a computer screen, I suppose. And sometimes get a response from the void. But yeah, yeah. I do agree. You got, it's like, just vote. Get out there and vote, please. We had such a low voter turnout this year. And I feel like if more people went to, like, the polls, we would have had a different result, more than likely. And we wouldn't be the laughingstock of the planet, and... I'm gonna stop focusing on this. Anyway. I'll blame the game for getting political. Alright. Alright. It's okay, Rika. You don't need to worry about what's being discussed, okay? You're too young to worry about that. I wish I was your age again where I didn't have to worry about this sort of stuff and just worried about having fun. and being a kid and collecting Pokemon cards and playing my Pokemon games and doodling shit, all that stuff. I wish I could go back to those naive days of innocence and youth. Instead, I am jaded. Alright, continuing! Rika-chan, feeling like she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face. That expression was so charming, I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. It's often said that a father wants to spoil his daughter rotten. I think I understood that feeling very well. Sorry. It was a little bit hard for Rika-chan to understand, wasn't it? Japan is a peaceful country, so you have to argue your points in a peaceful manner. You shouldn't resort to violence, in other words. No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things probably wouldn't understand. Yeah, it's like, be kind. Just say, be kind. It probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika-chan anyway.
So then...
Oh, she got serious face on.
So then, Asaka? How do you think we should keep our village from being flooded by the dam?
Even if I regretted my careless words, it was too late now. Okay, because yeah, here's the thing. Here's the other thing. I do agree violence is not the first resort. Always open with peace. Always open with kindness first. But at some point, if you keep getting brushed aside and people keep belittling you and keep, you know, basically threatening to cause you harm, they're gonna erase so many homes with this dam. Obviously, we know it doesn't work out in the end. Like, the dam project is halted. But at this moment, these people are like, what's gonna happen to our home? What's gonna happen to our families? How are we gonna relocate? Our entire culture is, like, falling apart. They tried peaceful. They tried. It did not work out. At that point, when your life, your family is on the line, and they're still not listening, it do depend on what y'all do. But sometimes, if you need violence to be heard, then... Not saying I condone violence. Not saying I could condone illegal acts of protest. For the record, for anybody from Twitch who might be listening. I just see where they're coming from. That's all. That's all. I think I'm plugging and replugging my USB internet card fixed it. Guessing there was some interference or priority thing with my phone. Ah, maybe. Well, glad to see things might be stabilizing for you now, though. That's good. Anyway, yeah. When all peace fails, sometimes you just gotta throw a punch to show how important this is. Anyway. Here I was, at the main headquarters of an organization, telling them that their way of doing things was illegal. Preaching that violence was not the answer. A complicated feeling had mixed itself in with the respect in Makino's gaze. Yeah, I can't legally advocate for unlawful protest. However... It was then I finally realized. It wasn't that simple. I'm gonna need so many people to play through this chapter. Even just this chapter alone. I am begging at this point. Because things truly are not that simple. Especially for those who are like, I have seen too many people who are like, but I don't understand why they have to be so violent. It's like, it's because you didn't listen when they weren't. And then it's like, but I can't, I don't support them now that they're violent. It's like, I like what they're saying, but I don't like that they're violent, so I can't support them. It's like, bro, they're being, sometimes they use violence because nobody's paying attention when they're peaceful and quiet and no one, and it's easy to ignore them. When they do something of this level, it's impossible to ignore. Does that mean I necessarily agree with it? Not always. And again, depends on the extreme. In this case, we know at some point it turns into a dismemberment. That I cannot condone. I do not condone murder for protest. Absolutely not. But things ain't that simple. When peace becomes an impossibility, violence becomes an inevitability, and all that. Yes! Exactly. Exactly. It's like, you didn't listen when we were peaceful, so... Anyway. And let's not forget some of the riots that actually did make change. So... sometimes being loud and violent does bring attention to things and actually makes notable change. Look up Stonewall riots. That's all I'll say. Because I don't want to keep rambling. We got a little bit left to go, and it's 3 in the morning. When tyranny becomes law, resistance becomes duty. Exactly. I'm feeling that more than ever. No, you were... Dude, you did not start it. This time it was literally all just me. I am prone to tangents. It's literally in the description. I'm like, I'm an ADHD rambler. It's basically a disclaimer. Oh my god, if y'all could hear the fake conversations I have in my head. You never know where my brain train is going. It goes everywhere. You may not even realize there was a connector there, but whoop, there we are. Yeah, what really got me off was just the line, it wasn't that simple. Because it really isn't. And it really does just hurt when people really are like, but why can't they do it peacefully? And it's like, because they tried. And y'all ignored them. You didn't listen. You just looked away. So they made it so you can't. And now you're mad at them for you not listening. Like, bruh. So yeah. It looks like he's having a wake-up call because a little girl was just like,
Okay, but then what should we do?
fuck, I don't know. Kill a man. Okay, anyway. It wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who would argue that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everybody knew you shouldn't be proud of. However, right now, Hinamizawa was in a predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project, through the efforts of the various propaganda campaigns enacted by the Onigafuchi Guardians, was being called into question. If they further strengthened their campaign, they might be able to suspend or change the construction plans. But that was, at the most, just a possibility. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before this place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of Hinamizawa, this place might already have been underwater. Yeah, literally, people's lives and livelihoods and families, culture, history, all that at the bottom of a lake.
We can't live anywhere else other than here. We can't live in the city.
The words of this unremarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with them the screams of the hearts and minds of the residents of Hinamizawa. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that. I could only respond to Makino and Rika-chan's heavy words with silence. I'm sorry. This isn't a problem that an outsider should lightly just poke their nose into, is it? I apologize. Makino, unsure of how to reply for a while, could only laugh pointlessly. The cicadas are laughing too. It's nothing that concerns guests that make their home somewhere else. If you enjoy it here, please tell all your friends that Hinamizawa is a wonderful place. Please. If word spreads to dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, then that ridiculous plan to submerge this place at the foot of a dam will eventually fall apart. Exactly. He followed that with a smile that said, please don't think much of it. Makino letting me not worry that much really was a stroke of good fortune. Becoming infatuated with the idea of making friends with a little girl had made me completely forget my apprehension at being in enemy territory. Being reminded of this right before I was going to step foot into their headquarters might have been a good thing. If we'd had this exchange in the middle of their office, if there was a short-tempered youth in there, they might have come at me. Thinking of how extreme they were, in the worst case, my life could have been in danger. It seemed that I looked quite despondent at that moment. Makino, thinking he had said something wrong, became flustered, trying to think of a way to improve my mood. I was a bit careless just now. I'm very sorry. No, don't worry that much about it. The sights you... I was a bit careless. No, don't worry. Yeah, okay, I know who's doing what now. The sights you showed me around the village were all beautiful, wonderful places. Literally same, though. Even though this is actually Mamoru, who said the I'm very sorry at the beginning. That, no, don't worry that much about it, is apparently Makino. But yeah. I really do want to come here one more time. If this beautiful village is going to be submerged at the bottom of a lake, I can understand why you would fight so desperately. I had somehow managed to use my despondent look to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, Makino had returned to his usual high spirits. It seemed he believed I completely sympathized with his point of view. Why do I stress eat? Stress. That's all I can say. Now, let's leave the talk at that for now. There's a place around here with a really great view.
Let's go, Akasaka.
Rika-chan, seemingly happy to be free from all the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the stone steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I also darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected on the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were several folding tables and chairs, and a number of the older town council members were livening things up with chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary, like the dam project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed, idle chit-chat between local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance of a shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erected, with Onigafuchi Guardian's headquarters written in bold brushstrokes. Incendiary. Got it. That was their base of operations. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you asked what I had been imagining, this is a bit embarrassing, but I'd have thought it would be something much more dramatic. With barbed wire fences and barricades. Yeah, but if it were something too obvious, then... I don't know. You watch too many movies. Alright, I'm sleepy. Night all. Night, Ganba. It's flammable, but, like, active. My first impression of the place, though, was completely different from that. It looked like a simple backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than exactly that. The old folks who were chatting had noticed Rika-chan's presence. Well, isn't it Rika-chama? It's time for little kids to head on home.
This is my home.
The old folks guffawed, since she wasn't wrong. From that exchange, I could tell that this Rika Furude girl was loved by everybody. Old man art? What? Makino-san, who's that? The tourist who phoned? That's right. Oh! This is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Mayor Kimiyoshi. He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking he would be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, this old man was the president of the Onigafuchi Guardians, none other than Kiichiro Kimiyoshi himself. Welcome to Hinamizawa. What do you think? It's a quiet and relaxing place, isn't it? Yeah, I was able to appreciate a multitude of beautiful places throughout the whole day. I'm thankful for being granted this rare opportunity. Even though you're one of those youngins, you're quite the gentleman. Kiichiro, I want to show... sorry.
Kiichiro, I want to show Akasaka a cool place.
Thinking that the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long, Rika-chan butted into the conversation. For her to call the mayor by his first name. I felt it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. A girl of the Furude household, one of the 3 families. She was probably different than the average villager.
Akasaka, over here.
Rika-chan tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over. And waiting for me was a magnificent view. Yes, I was like, it's gotta be the view looking down on the village. Let's go. This is amazing. It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. Hold on, let me see. Yep. I thought I missed something for a sec. They, knowing that this was the best view in the entire village, kept quiet as I stood there, awestruck. I was holding a camera, but had completely forgotten to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, it wouldn't be able to show everything. If there was a way to explain it, it would only be what I would be able to put into words. It was just such a breathtakingly spectacular view that I struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could only stand there and wonder. The cool breeze helped abate the heat rushing through my body. That comfortable sensation also left me speechless. Rika-chan, who had been holding onto my sleeve the entire time, spoke.
This is my favorite spot.
As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. That smile seemed very fleeting. If you ask why, that was because the view from her favorite spot would eventually be submerged under the deep green waters of that damn reservoir. I just can't believe that this village is going to end up at the bottom of a lake. I said it quietly so that only Rika-chan could hear it. I regretted it as soon as I did, for those words were all too cruel. However, Rika-chan didn't let them cast a cloud on her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile.
It won't sink. The dam project will definitely go away.
It was just like a little girl to say something like that. There was no basis for her saying so. It was just her wish.
Akasaka, do you think that this village will be submerged?
It's not that I want it to be. I knew how important the dam was. Is it really so important that it's worth drowning an entire fucking village? Might have found one of the issues. Selective suspend doesn't sound like something I went on. Yeah, that might do it. I knew how important the dam was. Is it though? I knew that it was necessary. Is it though? I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would be made. Is the balance worth it though? I agreed with the project in general, but couldn't agree with some of the details. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery would... Okay, but some of the details. It's like, I mean, I agree we need the dam, but I can't agree with, submerging an entire village and having to rehome and find a new place of living for all these people out in the boonies. Like, this entire goddamn village. Bruh, come on. Some detail. Anyway. You could say, just say, I agree that we need a dam, but, because come on. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might! Grow some spine, bro. Would you look at Rika in the eye and say, I might be able to object to the dam? You sure about that? You sure? Stop with the flippy floppy language and just... Bro. I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, all for the sake of one girl's smile. Listen, when you put it on that scale, but again, are these people not part of the nation? Come on. Will be able to object, but is too prideful to admit it. I'm not really much of a humanist, but... Oh, there's your problem. How sentimental of me. This little girl is rewiring his entire brain.
It won't be submerged, because the dam project will soon go away.
Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but were seasoned with a hint of resolve. As if she was talking about an unchangeably predetermined outcome. As surely as the sun rising in the east. It'll be gone soon? Wanting to ask her why she believed that, I turned around.
Yes. It'll be gone.
What makes you say that?
Well, you see...
She seemed to want to answer, but as though unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was about to say.
Regardless of what Akasaka does, the dam project will end this year. It's already been decided.
That was a lie. If something like that had already been decided, then the Onigafuchi Guardians would have no reason to continue existing. Kenon, hey, been a while. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. From my point of view, it was like they were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into an endless battle. If they knew the dam project was cancelled, they would feel much more relaxed around here. This village, though, could hardly be called relaxed. For evidence of that, I just had to remember how charged the atmosphere was at the checkpoint or at the bus stop. Doing all right? Good to hear. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, were still fighting. Misplaced? Rika, continue to rewire. And this girl, even knowing the villagers' grim resolve, had already declared their victory.
I'm not declaring it, I'm willing it into existence. I say it'll be so, and it will be so. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The villagers throwing themselves into this endless war, and this optimistic girl who said they had already won. That contrast was somehow strange. Why do you think that? If you know something that makes you that confident, could you tell me? Rika-chan stayed silent for a while, seemingly choosing what to say. Because? She looked like she was lost on whether she should continue or not. As if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it. That kind of expression.
It's already been decided. There's no other way to say it.
It's already been decided, huh? It really is just like a little girl to say something like that. I couldn't believe it was actually true. She was the only one saying such things with confidence. Sorry, I paused because my brain decided to remind me that at the beginning of all of this, it was 2 years after the events of the game. After the events of all the other chapters, so I'm beginning to doubt that this might actually be Tomitake, despite them, like, teasing it repeatedly. Unless this is happening in a timeline in which he does not die somehow. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I was convinced he was the canon event that always spurred things into action, but who knows? We'll see. I still want to believe it might be Tomitake, but we'll have to see. She did say Tomitake Mark II, so, like, what the fuck does that mean? Anyway. I couldn't believe it was actually true. She was the only one saying such things with such confidence. My real mission, that I had forgotten about during this fun-filled day, resurfaced at the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Had the Onigafuchi Guardians kidnapped the minister's grandson and already succeeded in negotiating the cancellation of the dam project? Did Kimiyoshi actually already know that and was just playing dumb? Was that what this girl was really telling me?
No, I'm saying we have the child here. We have the leverage. We'll kill him! Akasaka?
The girl called out my name suddenly. What is it?
Go back to Tokyo.
Oh. 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 Did you let enough of your mask slip while thinking about your mission that she was like,
oh. Outsider.
Huh? I wasn't only surprised at that sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I had never once mentioned I was from Tokyo. Well, based on my accent, she might have been able to guess where I was from. The child is about to eat. What was I getting so worked up over? It was probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor.
You should definitely go back to Tokyo right away. If not, you will woefully regret it.
The girl had been holding my sleeve the entire time. She'd been tugging at my sleeve since hurriedly dragging me over to show me this wonderful view. But this was the adorable Rika-chan who I'd spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with a doppelganger when I wasn't looking. She had been holding onto my sleeve this entire time. But somehow this girl was someone other than Rika-chan. She looked like Rika-chan, but she wasn't. She was some girl I'd never met before. This sounds a lot like when Keiichi was first seeing the other side of Rena and was like, this isn't Rena, this is someone who looks like Rena. That girl had told me in an indifferent voice that I would eventually regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart. I mean, if you are Tomitake, then you would.
That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see. So I thought I'd warn you right now.
Why would I come to regret it?
Stop whining.
One sec, I forget what the button is for hiding the UI. Oh well. She's so tiny. I couldn't believe that I was hearing such cold words come from Rika-chan's mouth. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her? Using ventriloquism or something? Thinking that, I wanted to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move.
When you tried crossing the road when the "Don't Walk" sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that.
The girl I had spent time with, Rika Furude, would not speak like that. She would speak with a cuteness befitting her age, with brief childish remarks, expressing her emotions honestly. She definitely wouldn't speak with such pointed words.
I've warned you. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm saying this because I hate you. You don't need to tell somebody who's better off dead that they're in danger.
Who are you? You're not Rika-chan. Oh, that's a face. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika-chan, she let out a strange, quiet giggle. It was a laugh not befitting a child of her age. It was like she was possessed by something. Her change was just that total and complete. Right, she really be saying greater than :3. Evil cat, yes. She say, "Oh, Angie, oh." Was Rika-chan being attacked by some terrifying phenomenon? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. Rika-chan is acting strange. Somebody... help! Thinking I'd yelled that, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile. That's right. To him, it looked nothing more... looks like... To him, it looked like nothing more than me and Rika-chan fooling around. He didn't notice that there was something terrifying happening to her.
Akasaka is such a coward.
The girl had obviously grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and calling me a coward, she laughed again. That cackling girl, approaching me in a strange manner while still laughing. lost her balance and fell flat on her face. Uh-oh. Rika-chan fell down. If it was just a while before, I would have extended a hand to help her up without hesitation. But now, extending a hand to this ominous girl who looked like Rika-chan but wasn't, required a bit more courage than I had at the moment.
Me.
The girl cried out thus. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept across her face. Gotta be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting. It was as though, after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what happened. You're joking, right? Rika-chan?
Me.
I don't know if Rika-chan had heard me or not. She just cried out like that, as if questioning herself. Hey, mister? Rika-chama too! The tea's ready. There's some snacks too, so please come and have some. An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. Hearing that there were snacks, Rika-chan's expression changed.
Yay.
A carefree smile. That was a familiar smile. The one that belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. Any hints of the creepy girl that was just there, spouting sinister words, had vanished. Come on, Rika-chama, wash your hands first. There aren't any manju here for dirty hands.
I'll wash them real good. Me.
Rika-chan responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. She stopped halfway, turning around to call me.
If Akasaka doesn't hurry up, I'll eat his share of manju too. They're steaming fresh. People who don't wash their hands aren't allowed to eat any manju.
No matter how you looked at it, that was Rika-chan. Those words and the way she said them, no matter how you heard them, they were definitely Rika-chan's. Come on now, mister. You're the adult here, so show her how it's done. The old lady urged me to wash my hands. Without any resistance, I lined up beside Rika-chan at the wash station. Splish splash. Not taking a bath. I stared at Rika-chan, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had probably learned at school.
Me? Did I do something wrong?
Huh? By wrong, you mean...
How I'm washing my hands. I only got 4 gold stickers for it. I'm probably bad at washing my hands.
You're not doing anything wrong. If you're washing them that carefully, that's more than enough.
But it's not, Akasaka. If you don't use a brush and clean out the dirt underneath your fingernails, you won't get a gold sticker.
Rika-chan, you're very diligent. That's something to be proud of.
Nipa! I was praised by Akasaka.
No matter how you looked at it, it was Rika-chan. There was no trace of that girl from before. Exactly what was that sinister girl? Rika-chan, what was the meaning of what just happened now? Just now, you told me to go back to Tokyo, didn't you?
Did I say that?
I was at a loss for words. She didn't remember what that girl just now had said. Like I would ever believe something as occult as that could happen. Like I would ever believe that Rika-chan could be possessed by that strange girl and say those creepy things. Rika-chan, you definitely said that. Her expression told me that, despite my saying so, she had no idea. This is giving us some very interesting answers right now. She wasn't playing dumb. She actually didn't know. Exactly what was that just now? Just as Rika-chan had, I let a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us, both looking like we had no idea what was going on. Must have certainly been a humorous sight to behold. Okay, but basically the thing I'm picking up is that, one, it might actually be a possession whenever the characters from before would suddenly change their mental states. But also that they may not remember what's happening, because I don't know if we ever saw any confirmation of that. But also, considering that someone who is not Keiichi also saw it happening, that rules out the fact that this is all in Keiichi's head. There's something else going on here. Just from that one interaction. So we can officially rule that part out. Alright, moving on. While partaking of tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Guardians that highlighted their resistance efforts. Older folks talked passionately on how long and grueling the fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika-chan, who had heard these stories countless times before and was nodding off. Eventually, Rika-chan noticed I was staring at her and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. That smile was Rika-chan's, after all. There was no hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my unreasonable fear of Rika-chan lessened with the passing of time, but I could by no means forget what had happened. It eventually grew dark. The mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my regular report with the section chief. I see. Well then, please come again tomorrow. If you phone, we'll send somebody to pick you up right away. I appreciate your hospitality. I'll probably come again and enjoy myself tomorrow. Yes, please do. It seems that Rika-chama has taken a pretty big liking to you.
Akasaka, are you coming again tomorrow? I finish after 5th period, so if you come at around 3 o'clock, that would make me happy.
Aw. Please come again. That pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Depending on what happened next, all that might end up as nothing other than my hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Furude household, one of the 3 families, had taken a liking to me, then this was a strong foothold for my investigation from here on out. It was like a free ticket for a reason to visit Hinamizawa. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination. Then having this girl, who was the embodiment of my ideal daughter, grow so attached to me wasn't bad either. I had successfully dove into the belly of the Onigafuji Guardians and had the mayor as well as other important members of the Alliance welcome me with open arms. This was a great turn of events. However, I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I could clear my mind. The shock from that incomprehensibly strange incident continued to torment me. And that's the end of the chapter. I could tell there was the pause that told us so. Oh, goodness. Yep. Alright, so let's go through these tips. Met with someone's adorable daughter. The terrifying shrine girl. Alright, so let's look at these tips, and then we'll go find somebody to raid and wrap it up for the day, because it is almost 4 in the morning, and I still gotta get a shower before I get to bed. So, let's wrap it up. Hello? 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 Tiny? Alright, let's go in order. Let's go in order. But I am intrigued. The sound of the car grew closer, followed by the sound of it braking as the engine cut out. At that moment, his up until now lackadaisical footsteps grew decisive as the man in the room dashed up to the wall beside the window and carefully peered outside. It was his comrade's car. Even so, he still didn't relax his guard. Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Thump, 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 thump. It was the passcode. I'm back. Open the door already. Ah, you must be tired. I'm opening it now. After the locks were undone and the door opened, a man appeared, his arms laden with swollen plastic grocery bags. The bags in his hands had 7 Smart written on them, with bread and milk cartons able to be glimpsed within. The contents of those bags were then spread out over a sheet on the floor. I bought some cup noodles, so go boil some water. What's the kid doing? Oh, I get what's happening now. What's the kid doing? He's been sleeping the entire time. Thank God he's not causing any trouble. He did struggle a bit when he was about to shit himself. Y'all don't... Bro, let the kid use the bathroom. Don't let him crap his pants. It'd suck if it started smelling like an outhouse in here. Yeah, I know. Check the gag every now and then. You don't want it to get loose, so keep it tight. But not so tight that he stops breathing. I know. Didn't I ask you to pick up another can of gas for the portable stove? We're out. You never asked, you idiot. You idiot. Every time I'm reminded of idiot, I'm amused. It's just such a funny insult. Just idiot. It sounds funny. It's fun to say. Yeah, seriously? Come on, work. Damn it. He rattled the portable stove as he struggled to get it to light. Seeing that, the man who went to buy supplies let out a deep sigh, and with a backwards glance at that sight, began to walk to the corner of the room. The kidnapped boy was sprawled out on a sheet that was spread out on the floor. Boy, you doing okay? Of course, the man didn't assume the kid was able to hear that question. That was because the boy's ears were plugged, with his eyes and ears thoroughly covered by packing tape. Ow! That's gonna hurt coming off. Also, his mouth was gagged with a thin, twisted-up towel. Because of that, the boy was unable to close his mouth properly, his cheeks sticky with his own saliva. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Both his arms were tied tightly behind his back with a leather belt. You seem to be doing okay. At least, you're not gonna die. If your grandpa wanted to play tough, we might have had to lop off an ear. Be great if we don't have to. If the main family says we do, though, tough luck. I can't even imagine what kind of cruel things they'd have us do. The family says not one scratch on him, though, so seems to be going well for the time being. The minister is discreetly withdrawing the dam project. The Hinamizawa Dam is definitely postponed. I wonder when we're letting the boy go. I just want to be done with this already. The main family seem to be gauging the timing. I don't know when it'll be, but probably soon. Isn't that great, kid? You'll be let go real soon. The men didn't know if their voices were heard by the boy. For him, there was nothing he could do but continue to sleep to escape his harsh reality. More importantly, what are we gonna do about the gas? Can't eat the cup noodles raw. If we're out of gas, say something, jeez. I mean, I've eaten some raw ramen noodles before. It's not bad. Like, stovetop ramen. Makes for a decent, crunchy snack. Probably do the same with cup noodles. The dried veggies, though, probably not. Anyway, why I like rainy days. Ah, it's mystery. It's mysterious person time again. The weather forecast had predicted that it wouldn't rain at all this entire week. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything. When every day is the same, unchanging sunny weather, however... I want to retry that. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything. When every day is the same, unchanging sunny weather, however, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. If it's simply clear skies for a week, a month, a year, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. The weather specialists said that they had carefully scrutinized a large quantity of past data, so it wouldn't be likely for the forecast to be wrong. I knew as much. But even then, there was occasionally a day where I was hoping that it would be wrong, as I stared up into the clear blue sky. Was I being mischievous and hoping so? I waited and waited, feeling almost suffocated by the boring blue sky, undisturbed by a single cloud. If you could die from that suffocating feeling, then the population of Earth probably wouldn't have increased at this point. In other words, the only person who was being suffocated by this was me. And so, I welcomed the summer evenings where not even the weather forecast could predict a sudden shower. If I were to explain it like this, would you understand a bit more about how I feel? Let's say that tonight's dinner was going to be curry rice. But when you're called down to the dinner table, what was waiting for you was instead an eggplant and bell pepper stir-fry. This is just on your mother's whim, by the way. I would be delighted by such whimsy. I don't really like eggplants or bell peppers, but still, I would be delighted. The fact that the pre-established routine of curry rice had been broken would be amusing. If tonight was repeated 100 times, and 100 times you had to eat curry rice, yet for just this one night, that was changed to an eggplant and bell pepper stir-fry, there's no way you couldn't enjoy that chance happening. I hate pre-established routines. I really hate when things are all decided beforehand. I have no love for boredom. I always get my hopes up that something today will be different from yesterday, no matter how trivial. It's been decided that this entire week starting today was going to be clear skies. The weather forecast decided upon it, so the god of weather must also feel obliged to do so. But who's to say that a rain cloud might not just show up one day on a whim? It's something that nobody can say for sure, but because that thought remains in this world, a creature such as myself can continue living without being suffocated. Tomorrow will probably be a hot and clear day. However, I'm the only one that knows that predetermined fate, even with but a slim 1% chance, sometimes changes. Hoping for that 1%, I hung upside down weather charms on my sunlit eaves troughs. In the end, I spend my days waiting for those unexpected things in life to happen. I pondered why I was hoping for it. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. I've had my fill of clear skies. And why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. The fact that it was going to be sunny tomorrow was boring. So why was I hoping for a rain cloud? In the end, it doesn't really matter whether it rains or shines tomorrow. Basically, it was just that the rain would water my heart, which was withered from boredom.
That's why, rather than a TV drama where the plot's already been decided, I prefer to look up at the sky.
I wonder if that bit about even a 1% chance of predetermined fate, you know, a slim, but it could change. I wonder if that's them hinting saying this might actually be Tomitake in this particular timeline. Oh, fascinating. Anyway, what's up with Coach and Tiny Girl? And you better not be fucking creepy, Coach. Let's end this on a good note. Your blood pressure has improved. For you to recover this quickly at your age, I'm rather impressed. At this rate, you'll be kicking after... At this rate, you'll still be kicking after a couple hundred more years. Oryo-san. The young doctor in his medical coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon. Oh, we have Oreo art! You're a very good I can word. You're a very good physician, Dr. Irie. If a persistent old fart like me doesn't hurry up and die, I'll just be in the way of you young folk. The old lady, Oreo, laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face. Then, turning towards the sliding door, she called out in a strong voice. Is Shimiko-san or Teiko-san there? Bring some tea for Dr. Irie. The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer, until finally the door slid smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl. It looked like the old lady's granddaughter.
Shimiko-san already left for the day. Do you need something?
Mion, make some barley tea for Dr. Irie.
Okay, got it. Do you want some too, Granny? Or would black tea be better? Want lots of milk and sugar?
I'll measure it out myself so you don't have to put any in. Just bring the sugar jar and some milk when you bring the tea.
Okay.
The girl named Mion, after giving a rather uninterested response to her taskmaster of a grandmother, returned to the hallway. Pour the doctor's tea in the cups for the guests, and make sure you bring a coaster too. Also make sure to dry the outside of the glass, okay?
Yeah. It's such a fussy pants.
Calling an old Yakuza granny fussy pants is just funny.
Such a fussy pants.
A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hallway. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady let a wry smile slip across her face as she chided the girl. Jeez, that girl just won't learn. Nothing I ever scold her about sticks. Now, Oreo-san. You don't have to say that. Mion-chan is doing her best in her own way, even though she's so young. Her mother was the same way. Couldn't teach her anything. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So her mother's mother must be exactly the same, no? The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way. Dr. Irie, I'm sorry, but could you open the doors for me? Seems there's a nice, cool breeze outside. The cool chirping of the Higurashi had at some point started leaking through the gap in the doorway. Irie stood up and opened the door a bit. A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale air that had built up in the room. It's gotten fairly hot during the day, but the evenings are still rather cool, aren't they? It was almost downright chilly last night. Yeah. Those types of mornings and evenings are another one of Hinamizawa's fine points. Irie replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the cushion beside the old lady. And then the two of them, for a while, soaked in the voices of the Higurashi. I'm going to try and live to 100. Until the business with the dam is proper finished, I ain't kicking the bucket just yet. to get the government to withdraw a decision they've already made is a fairly difficult thing to do. The way this country does things is like turning a millstone. A heavy one at that. A millstone? Don't you know? A millstone. Hirie quickly affirms that, of course, he knew what the old lady was talking about. Parentheses, he was lying. For he knew full well that Oreo didn't like having her stories interrupted. This millstone, see, can grind anything to a pulp. It's rather impressive. But, you see, it doesn't turn that easy because it's a rather heavy millstone. Lots of people have to work in unison to get it to even budge. It's that type of millstone. Irie pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Eventually, Mion returned with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Oreo was talking and in a good mood, she quietly knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea, careful not to interrupt. That's why, when it gets going, it's not that easy to stop. It takes the most effort to move it right before it starts turning. Everybody hates that, so everybody keeps pushing along without the rest. You're talking about friction, right? I get what you're saying. So, in other words, if there's some sort of mistake and the millstone suddenly stops turning, to get it turning again takes a great deal of power, more or less. Certainly, to get a project that's been suspended going again takes quite a lot of work. It's a millstone that isn't easily stopped. But once it's stopped, it'll never turn again. It's that kind of millstone. It'd be nice if there was some way to get that millstone to stop, wouldn't it? When Irie responded with that, Mion and the old lady suddenly sunk into silence. Irie, instinctively thinking he had said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But that silence wasn't the result of rude words. For what crept across Mion and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can only wonder what the voice acting actually is there. The atmosphere surrounding Irie suddenly froze, leaving him flabbergasted. Thinking that the scornful smiles creeping across both their faces was the result of some mistake of his, he could only grow afraid. It hadn't been that long at all since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, Irie could only let out a weak laugh. Irie's laugh eventually spread to Mion and the old lady. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at, their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple and unchanging chorus. Man, we just keep getting glimpses into all the aspects we've been told about. This is absolutely, we are so addressing the damn project that, like, I'm pretty sure we'll get the dismemberment at some point. I feel convinced. But yeah, that is gonna have to do it for today's stream because it is 4 in the morning and I still got stuff to do to wrap it up. Oh my god, I'm so happy that we started. I'm just so happy. Double checking. Yeah, okay, so let's see. We got 2 chapters done, and based on my previous observations, as I said, looks like there's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 more chapters left to go. So, we're like a third of the way through chapter 4 already. That's nice. These chapters do feel longer, though, so... we'll see if we can keep the momentum going, but I am curious to see what this perspective is gonna lead to. Like, I am so curious. This is fascinating! Ah... Nipa. Looking at my Steam cards. I got one that says Nipa. Aldorica's. Anyway. Gonna go ahead and stop it there.